On behalf of the organizing committee, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all of you for joining us today. And it's a pleasure to see this diverse group and distinguished participants from around the world. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone to please silence their mobile phones and any other electronic devices, and please also be mindful by others by refraining from talking during the sessions and the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, cherished participants, let me invite you to join us in moments, special moments that really mark the opening of our conference, starting by the divine verses from the Holy Quran. I invite you to please lower your voices, open your hearts, and pay your utmost unity and patriotism as we listen to our national anthem. So I invite you all to please stand and join us in a silent moment of respect as we listen to our national anthem. Let's move forward to the spirit of learning and collaboration. And our conference today is divided into three main sessions: two plenary sessions and parallel panels covering a wide range of topics actually related to ESP for the marketplace demands. We have esteemed speakers, panelists, participants from around the world gathered today to share their knowledge and insights. And in this intellectual journey, we will celebrate diverse perspectives and diverse points of view. So I encourage all of us to maintain an open mind and create an environment where every voice is valued. Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our first speaker for today. And I'm pleased to introduce you the person who has tirelessly worked to bring us together today. Let's introduce our esteemed conference president, Dr. Manal Mizab. Dr. Manal has tirelessly worked to make this event possible, and she actually embodies the spirit of this conference. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to our esteemed conference president, Dr. Manal.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I, and on behalf of the organizing committee members, that I welcome you to the first International Hybrid Conference on ESP teaching at the crossroads of the marketplace demands. Allow me first to thank the Rector of the University of Tbilisi, the Vice Rector of External Relations, the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Languages, the Vice Dean of External Relations, members of the organizing committee who threw heart and soul in bringing this conference to its end, members of the scientific committee who devoted time and effort in selecting papers that are worth presenting at this conference, colleagues and students, for accepting our invitation to share with us this academic scientific gathering where we all share expertise and insights and where we build a professional network to debate matters of interest. I would like to extend a special welcome to our keynote speakers who came to Tbissa and who will be speaking later today. Professor Youssef Omar Zaghwani Omar from Libya, Dr. Mohammed Krifa from Tunisia, Dr. Wafa Fali from Oran, Algeria, and Professor Muna from the University of Tbissa, Department of Physics. Without forgetting the keynote speakers who will be with us virtually, including Professor Shahid, who is with us online from Canada, Professor Meltem from Turkey, Professor Karen from Eswatini, and Dr. Wasila from Southampton, the UK. And they will be speaking with us tomorrow, inshallah. Now, special words of indebtedness go to the sponsors, including the Doctors School, Somifos, Cement Company Tbissa, and the Directorate of Tourism and Handicraft for their generous, invaluable contributions to taking in charge the conference expenditures. They showed not only financial support, but they exhibited a great sense of investment in knowledge as well. Thank you for making this event smoothly possible. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Professor Adil Boudiar, the Dean of the Faculty, the Vice Dean of External Relations, Dr. Azdin Dweeb, and the General Secretary of the Faculty, Abdelatif Shoukel, for giving me the chance to organize this international multidisciplinary conference that gathers scholars, researchers, and doctoral and master students from Algeria, Tunisia, Oman, Turkey, Canada, and Eswatini. In addition to the UK, I forgot that. Thank you for supporting the organization of scientific academic events. Worth noting that this is the 6th scientific event held at the Faculty of Letters and Languages, which wouldn't have been possible without the dedication and commitment to scientific research promotion. Well, the conference idea stems from the status of English that is gaining momentum day after day and that is growing in importance worldwide. It certainly became a prerequisite to function appropriately and effectively in contexts necessitating English. Nowadays, more than other time, English occupies the lion's share, especially with the boom of technology and knowledge explosion. Particularly, the conference accentuates the significant role of English required in specific contexts, which is at the heart of English for specific purposes. Besides, the focus of this two-day conference transcends general English. It is rather on debating methodologies and strategies that bring together the teaching of ESP and the needs and skills as required by the marketplace. It goes without saying that ESP has long received research attention and consideration in study programs. However, from a personal experience at the mechanical engineering department, I noticed that ESP was taught by simply translating texts from and to Arabic, English, and French. Departments or other departments rather than English hire English language teachers who are proficient at the language but who lack knowledge of the subject matter. Moreover, in reality, several materials, including websites, applications, and advertisements hosted by administrations and directorates, are written in poor English. Such facts reflect the absence of ESP teaching, and even if it is taught, the deficiency to teach ESP for employability purposes that dovetail with the marketplace proves ubiquitous. Now, quite recently, the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research has shifted attention to English as a medium of instruction, EMI, by introducing the correspondence number 1433 of the 28th of September 2022 and number 1651 of the 5th of November 2022, advocating the necessity of encouraging university teachers to improve their level in English in order to be able to teach their subject matters in this academic year. Thus, ESP is challenged to be replaced by EMI, wherein subject matter teachers teach in English. Indeed, EMI has taken or has then become the focal point of training and decisions among lecturers and decision makers, respectively. However, challenges and difficulties arise at all levels, urging all educational stakeholders to take action. This conference is no exception. It tries to bring together academics, researchers, and students alike to debate and discuss matters of concern and implications related to ESP and EMI. So this conference aims at inviting researchers from different disciplines to discuss the English related to their fields of study, exploring diversified practices in teaching ESP across different majors, figuring out how to instill employability in the ESP course objectives, and extending opportunities for participants to collaborate with the socio-economic milieu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, and we hope you find the plethora of this conference contributions insightful and impactful, leaving a lasting impression on all of you and on your ESP teaching.
Thank you, Dr. Manan, for this insightful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, join me again in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Salah Deira, the Conference Scientific Committee President. Dr. Salah.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow researchers, administrative staff, esteemed sponsors, it is with great pleasure and a deep sense of pride that I welcome you to the opening of the International Conference on the ESP teaching at the crossroads of the marketplace demands. I am addressing you today not only as the President of the Scientific Committee, but also as a passionate advocate for the essential theme we are here to explore. I want to express my gratitude to each participant who has traveled from different corners of the world to be a part of this event. Esteemed participants, I stand before you today on behalf of the Scientific Committee with great enthusiasm as we inaugurate this conference focused on the pivotal theme of teaching technical English in accordance with the dynamic demands of the marketplace. It's with the enthusiasm I would like to share with you some crucial information regarding the papers that we have been selected to participate in this significant event. Our call for papers had remarkable response with contributions from researchers and experts from 25 Algerian universities and 8 universities representing Tunisia, Libya, Turkey, Canada, Swatini, the UK, and Oman, who are deeply committed to the exploration of ESP teaching at the crossroads of the marketplace demands. In fact, after an extensive and impartial review process, I am pleased to announce that out of 59 papers, 39 have been selected to be part of our conference. These papers represent rich insights, perspectives, and research findings, all centered on the theme of our conference. They span the spectrum of ESP teaching, shedding light on various aspects of how we navigate and understand this dynamic field. The field of teaching technical English in accordance with the dynamic demands of the marketplace. Over 2 days, we will engage in discussions, workshops, and presentations that delve into the innovative approaches, methodologies, and strategies that align with the evolving needs of industries worldwide. This conference serves as a platform for the exchange of insights, best practices, and research findings that can empower educators to better equip their students for success in highly competitive and ever-changing job market. May this conference be a forum of robust discussions, fruitful collaborations, and the generation of insights that will shape the future of technical English teaching in response to marketplace demands. Thank you, and I wish you all a rewarding and enlightening conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deria, for this insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Adel Boudiab. Professor Adel, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين. نظن أن نحضر اللغة العربية الآن. السيدة نائب المدير للعلاقات الخارجية الدكتورة سعاد نفار، السيدة رئيسة الملتقى الدكتورة منى ميزاب، السادة أعضاء اللجنتين العلمية والتنظيمية للملتقى، السادة المشاركون في الملتقى من خارج الوطن، الأستاذ الدكتور يوسف الغزواني عمر مدير مركز اللغات ببنغازي ليبيا، السادة الضيوف الأفاضل من أساتذة الجامعة وأساتذة الكلية، السادة الضيوف الأفاضل المدعوون للملتقى، السادة الأفاضل شركاء الجامعة في رعاية هذا المؤتمر، طلبتنا الأعزاء من كليتنا ومن الكليات الأخرى، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تتشرف جامعة الشهيد الشيخ العربي تبسي ممثلة في كلية الآداب واللغات بأن يكون لها السبق في مواكبة مشروع وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي في الدعوة المنهجية لتعليم اللغة الإنجليزية في ميادين التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي المختلفة، من خلال احتضانها الملتقى الدولي الأول تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض تخصصية على مفترق طرق متطلبات السوق، أو باللغة الإنجليزية Teaching at the Crossroads of the Marketplace Demandants ICESP. تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض معينة أو لأغراض محددة ICESP. أولاً علينا أن نميز بين تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة وبين تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية المتخصصة، لأن تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة ICESP هو منهج لتعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة، سواء تعلق الأمر بالمجالات العلمية أو التكنولوجية أو الاقتصادية أو الأكاديمية. لذلك يمكن أن ننظر إلى اللغة الإنجليزية أو تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة على أن اللغة الإنجليزية هنا تمثل مجموعة فرعية من اللغة الإنجليزية كلغة ثانية أو كلغة أجنبية، حيث يتم التركيز على اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة. فنجد على سبيل المثال اللغة الإنجليزية التقنية، واللغة الإنجليزية العلمية، واللغة الإنجليزية للمهنيين الطبيين، واللغة الإنجليزية للسياحة وغيرها، وهو ما يجعل اللغة الإنجليزية تفرض على الجميع في كل دول العالم، وليس أدل على ذلك من اللغة الإنجليزية للطيران، والتي يتم فرضها فرضاً على الطيارين وعلى مراقبي الحركة الجوية وعلى القائمين على الاتصالات اللاسلكية في عالم الطيران. إننا اليوم نعيش في عالم متطور بسرعة مذهلة، ووسيلته هي اللغة الإنجليزية التي ارتبطت بعالم الاقتصاد والتكنولوجيا ارتباطا وثيقا. لذلك علينا أن نتقبل الأمر دون خجل أو خوف أو تعصب للغة ما، لأن لكل مجتهد نصيب، بل علينا مواكبة هذا التطور برفع الكفاءة في اللغة الإنجليزية عند الأفراد في بيئة التدريس وفي بيئة العمل، لأن ذلك يعد استثماراً حقيقياً يجلب الكثير من الفرص التي تفتح الباب أمام عروض عمل أفضل ونمو شخصي ومهني يتيح لنا الفرصة للوصول إلى متطلبات السوق العالمي، خاصة أنه في عالم الاقتصاد صارت حاجة الشركات والمؤسسات الكبرى للتواصل والتعامل مع بعضها البعض للتعامل مع بعضها البعض على مستوى العالم تعطي أولوية لاستخدام اللغة الأجنبية المتمثلة في اللغة الإنجليزية التي صارت توصف بأنها أكثر اللغات كفاءة في وصف محتويات الأعمال والاحتياجات. أعتقد أنه من المهم أيضاً أن نتحدث بشجاعة ونؤكد على أن سيطرة اللغة الإنجليزية أو الحاجة إلى تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة ICESP لا يرجع إلى قوة اللغة الإنجليزية في حد ذاتها كلغة للتعليم أو كلغة للتواصل، بل يعود الأمر في حقيقته إلى قوة الدولة التي تستخدم اللغة الإنجليزية كلغة للتعليم والتواصل، لأننا إذا نظرنا إلى أسباب ظهور تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية لأغراض محددة ICESP لوجدناه يرتبط ارتباطاً مباشراً بتاريخ القرن العشرين، حين أدى التوسع الاقتصادي والعلمي والتكنولوجي للولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية إلى تربعها على صدارة النظام الاقتصادي والتجاري والمالي والثقافي، وهو ما أدى إلى مطالبة المهنيين من مختلف المجالات بلغة مشتركة تضمن وتسهل التواصل الدولي، أين أصبحت اللغة الإنجليزية هي اللغة الدولية بالفعل والقوة. وعليه فإنه ليس من الغريب أبداً أن تكون اللغة الإنجليزية هي لغة الأعمال والتواصل في جميع أنحاء العالم، واللغة الأكثر استخداماً في تقديم المحتوى عبر الإنترنت، وأكثر اللغات في عالم تبادل الأفكار والثقافات مع العالم، واللغة القادرة على إظهار القدرات الفردية وتسويق المهارات في سوق العمل الحديث، واللغة المفتاح التي تتيح للفرد السفر للعمل بالشركات الأجنبية والشركات العالمية، واللغة التي تعطي الباحث الأكاديمي القدرة على اكتساب المعارف والنشر والانتشار في العالم. أخيراً أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى رئيسة الملتقى الدكتورة منال ميزاب على جهدها الواضح الذي سوف يجعل الجامعة والكلية والقسم على السواء أو يعطيه السبق في مواكبة التوجه الجديد لوزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي من أجل تعزيز التدريس باللغة الإنجليزية في الجامعة الجزائرية وإعلاء مؤشر مرئيتها وتحسين ترتيبها وتصنيفها العالميين، لأن مثل هذه الملتقيات يمكنه أن ينبه الأستاذ الجامعي إلى دوره في الجامعة الذي لا يقتصر على التدريس فحسب، بل دوره الأساس يكمن في البحث الأكاديمي والنشر العلمي. لذلك عليه أن يغير معتقده القديم من التدريس إلى البحث العلمي الأكاديمي، وأن يواكب العصر ويبحث ويقدم ابتكارات علمية وينشر في المجلات العلمية ويصنع لنفسه اسما يجعله يستحق لقب أستاذ باحث جامعي. لا أطيل عليكم في كلمتي هذه، لأن المداخلات الأساتذة الأفاضل خلال جلسات الملتقى سوف تكون ثرية وسوف تجيب على عديد الأسئلة وربما تقترح الحلول التي نحن في حاجة إليها من أجل تعلم وتعليم اللغة الإنجليزية، وهو ما سوف يفتح للدولة الجزائرية أو يسمح للدولة الجزائرية بالانفتاح على سوق العمل الدولي، ويعطي الجامعة الجزائرية انفتاحا أكثر على العالم، مما يمكنه أن يسهم في تحسين أو توسيع مرئيتها وتحسين ترتيبها وتوثيق شهاداتها. أشكركم أو أشكر حضراتكم على حسن الاستماع، موفقون بإذن الله في أعمالكم. عاشت الجزائر حرة مستقلة، المجد والخلود لشهدائنا الأبرار.
Thank you, Professor Eder, for this presentation. Our third speaker for today is Professor Asdin Dwi, the Vice Dean of External Relations. Professor Asdin, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. أختزل الكلام من حروف كتابنا لأختار لكم جميعا كل باسمه وصفته أشهى الكلمات أدرسها أزهار محبة وود لكل من حضر ولكل من شاركنا هذا الملتقى الدولي. طبعا لا أطيل الكلام، أترك الكلام للمختصين. أود من هذا المقام أن أشكر أولا الدكتورة منى الميزاب التي شرفتني بملتقيين كان لهما دور فعال في رفع منتوج ما يسمى كلية الآداب واللغات اسم اللغة الإنجليزية. أشكر أيضا اللجنة العلمية على تفاعلها، اللجنة التنظيمية، أشكر الطلبة على حضورهم. من هذا الملتقى أدعو جميع الأساتذة، أساتذة اللغة الفرنسية، أساتذة اللغة الإنجليزية، أن يضاعفوا مجهوداتهم ويقدموا مشاريعهم حتى نفعل البحث العلمي بالنسبة للكلية. طبعا بالنسبة لموضوع الملتقى، نحن بحاجة إلى لغة متخصصة، لغة قادرة أن نستثمر من خلالها وتتحول اللغة إلى شريك اقتصادي. ولذلك شكرا لمنال على هذا الموضوع الذي يدل على حضور الأستاذة وتفاعلها مع المؤسسات إلى غيره. لا أطيل الكلام، شكرا للجميع وأترك المنصة لمن سيأتي بعد.
Thank you, Professor Asdin, for this brief introduction. Our fourth speaker for today is Professor Nafar Suaid, the Vice Rector of External Relations. Professor Suaid, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. الحضور الكريم، كل واحد بصفته ومكانه، أود أن أرحب بكل الحضور سواء داخل أو خارج الوطن، نيابة عن مدير الجامعة الأستاذ قوسمية عبد الكريم. مرحبا بكم في رحاب جامعة الشهيد الشيخ العربي تبسي. أود أن أشكر بالخصوص الأستاذة ميزاب منال على هذا الملتقى الأول حول اللغة الإنجليزية وسوق العمل، وهذا ما يتماشى مع سياسة الدولة ووزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي، وبطبيعة الحال كل الفريق التنظيمي والفريق العلمي الذي قام بانتقاء المداخلات العلمية التي ستثري هذا الملتقى. بطبيعة الحال عندما نتحدث عن اللغة الإنجليزية ICESP2023 l'anglais à des fins spécifiques، يعني بطبيعة الحال هذا الأمر ليس بالعجيب، فالعالم التجارة تم اكتساحه من قبل اللغة الإنجليزية منذ عقود، وهذا ليس بالأمر المدهش، علما أن أهم مقرات الأعمال في المراكز المالية الكبرى تتواجد بالمملكة المتحدة والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. إلا أنني كرأي خاص، هل يمكن للغة الإنجليزية في المستقبل القريب أن تحتفظ بمكانتها مع العملاق الصيني؟ وأترك هذا السؤال إلى المختصين، والذين بطبيعة الحال ودون أدنى شك سيجيبون على مختلف التساؤلات من خلال مداخلتهم. مرة أخرى أرحب بالجميع، متمنية لكم التوفيق في هذا الملتقى الأول، ونيابة عن مدير الجامعة أعلن عن انطلاق فعاليات هذا الملتقى، وشكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you, Professor Suaid. And before we dive into the heart of our discussions, let's first recognize our sponsors, our generous sponsors who have partnered with us and bring this conference to fruition. Can we have a round of applause for the Doctors School representative, the representative of the director, Mr. Hisham, and the Director of Tourism, the representative of the Directorate of Tourism and Handicrafts. And I would like to invite Professor Suad Nafar to on the stage to assist in giving the certificates for our church sponsors.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. في بدء الأمر نشكر جامعة الشيخ العربي التبسي على هذه المبادرة الحسنة الطيبة. بصفتنا رانا حتى احنا ضيوف حاضرين في هذا الملتقى بيسموه ملتقى اللغة الإنجليزية. نشكر القائمين على المنظمين على هذا الملتقى القيم واللي نسموه. طبعا اللغة الإنجليزية راهي هي كما نقولوا احنا اللغة الحية، هي سياسة الدولة الجزائرية اللي رايحة تروح لها مستقبلا إن شاء الله. بصفتها لغة التجارة، لغة السياحة، لغة الصناعة، لغة رقم 1 في العالم. طبعا احنا نشكركم على هذه المبادرة الحسنة. طبعا باسم مدرسة دكاترة دكتور سكول، وإن شاء الله بالتوفيق للجميع.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. السادة الحضور كل باسمه ومقامه. بداية مشكورين جدا كلية اللغات وكلية الأداب واللغات الأجنبية أو اللغات، مشكورين جدا على هذه الدعوة وعلى العمل المشترك الذي تقربت به الدكتورة البروفيسورة ميزاب وتقربت إلى مديرية السياحة والصناعة التقليدية من أجل التنسيق فيما يخص هذا العمل. مشكورة جدا ومشكورة الكلية ومشكورة جامعة تبسة على هذه الدعوة وعلى العمل الذي أصبح يمس الشريك الاقتصادي والاجتماعي. اللغة الإنجليزية كي لا أطيل الحديث عنها، هي لغة العالم، هي لغة كما قال زميلي، هي لغة السياحة، لغة الصناعة، لغة التبادلات التجارية، لغة مهمة جدا في قطاع السياحة والصناعة التقليدية. نحتاج جدا إلى هذه اللغة لأنه السياح الأجانب يحتاجون إلى التواصل مع الهياكل التي يتقربون منها، مثل هياكل الإيواء، الإطعام، أماكن التنزه والتسلية والأماكن الأثرية. يحتاجون إلى المرشد السياحي الذي يتقن اللغة، اللي هي أحد الأسباب وأحد المقومات التي يستطيع المرشد السياحي أن يأخذ بها شهادة المرشد السياحي. إذن هذه اللغة هي نصف الرسالة التي يمكن أن ننقل من خلالها أو نشرح من خلالها المقومات التي تمتاز بها بلدنا الجزائر، والتي تمتاز بها بكل جدارة وبكل تميز عن باقي الولايات، ولاية تبسة. إذن يبقى باب مديرية السياحة والصناعة التقليدية مفتوح لكل الأساتذة الكرام من هذه الكلية وكل الطلبة لاقتراحات أو أعمال يعني مميزة. مشكورين جدا. نتمنى لكم النجاح في هذا العمل الأكاديمي العلمي. يوم موفق للجميع ومشكورين جدا.
Once again, let's extend our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all the conference sponsors, and their support is not just financial, actually, it is the exchange of knowledge and ideas. So I encourage all the attendees to visit the exhibition area where our sponsors have set booths, take the opportunities to engage with them, learn more, and explore potential collaboration. Once again, we sincerely thank you for your collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the first session of our conference, a central moment actually in our conference where we gather to discuss critical topics related to ESP. And today's session centers around ESP on marketplace demands. We have gathered some of the foremost participations and experts in the field to share their insights and knowledge. Before we begin, a few housekeeping rules. Please silence your mobile phones and any other electronic devices and refrain from taking calls during the presentations. And we encourage your participation and save your questions for the discussion portion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached a critical point in our conference, and I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished president, the president of the plenary session, Mr. Rabi Abdurrahman, who will guide us through this pivotal discussion. Sir Abdurrahman, you have the stage.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to announce the very start of the first plenary session of the day. We'll be having like 2 plenary sessions today. The first one will be, we will have 2 presenters. The first is Rashid Abrar Al-Hassan. We hope that he is still online. He's from Canada. We are aware of the time difference, and we do apologize for taking too long before we reach this stage. And we have a second keynote speaker. That would be Professor Yusuf Zagweni Omar. I would like to invite him to the stage, please. There will be 2 presentations, 2 keynote sessions today before we move to a coffee break. Then after the coffee break, we will be dealing with another online presentation from Turkey and 2 presentations locally, and we do apologize for the delay. Without any further ado, Shahid Abrar Al-Hassan, professor. He received his TESOL and postgraduate certificates in COL, as well as a language program administration from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies of Montreal, USA, and PhD education from the University of British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada. Shahid has offered invited on-site professional development workshops at universities in Albania, Algeria, Canada, China, Indonesia, South Korea, Mongolia, Nepal, Oman, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, China, Thailand, Turkey, USA, and Vietnam, just to name a few, so his expertise is to be underlined. He is currently a professor of English language and communication at Yorkville University, British Columbia campus in US Minister, BC, Canada. He also serves as TESOL subject experts with the British Columbia Ministry of Advanced Education and Skills Training in Canada. He is a visiting professor at the School of Foreign Languages, Southeast University, Nanjing, PR, China, and guest faculty, Yunus Professional Masters, Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand, research interest, ESP and EAP, cross-cultural communication learners, central institutions, learning motivations, differentiated teacher development, also INSET and effective language assessment. A co-editor of the special issue on language assessment literacy of System NA International Journal of Educational Technology and Applied Linguistics by Elsevier, and editor of TESOL Journal, as well as the volume editor of Teaching English as an International Language, Volume 1, and the TESOL Encyclopedia of English Language Teaching, both published by Willie Blackwell. He served on the advisory committee for the TESOL certificate program in the College Education, University of Missouri, USA, and was visiting researcher in the College of Education and Human Development, the University of Texas at San Antonio, USA. Shahid completed the term of Secretary Selected Executive at TESOL Canada, Federation and Chair of TESL Canadian Educational Foundation. He has performed several teaching roles with TESOL International Association, including as chair of ESP interest sections, member of the nominating committee, and a coordinator of Awards Professional Council. He is, in recognition to his contributions to the field, Shahid was honored with an Alumni Achievement Award in 2018 by the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Montreal, California. And last but not least, he received Best Teacher Award back in 2010 from Sultan Qaboos University for Excellence in Research and Teaching. and his CV speaks louder than anything else. The presentation or the contribution of Professor Shahid today will be entitled New Directions in ESP Assessment, Bracing for the Challenge, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope all of you can hear me.
We cannot hear you. Technical assistance might be needed.
Okay.
Can you pause for a second, please?
Sure.
Can you try speaking now, please?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you quite well. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. And I appreciate your kind introduction of mine. And I congratulate the conference organizers, in particular the conference chair, Dr. Manal Mizab. And I appreciate this opportunity to be able to be part of this conference. So I'll be giving a short presentation, as you can see my slides on the screen, on new directions in ESP assessment, bracing for the challenge. So as your conference theme indicates, ESP has been and is at the crossroad. And at this crossroad, one key area that needs attention is ESP assessment. So before I go further, I would like to offer a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land Yorkville University operates on in British Columbia is the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples of the Kwantlen, Musqueam, and Kikat First Nations. We reaffirm our responsibility to increase awareness and understanding of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and colonial legacy, and commit to strengthening our relationship with Indigenous peoples throughout Canada. So here's a quick overview of my presentation. I will be briefly touching on the issue of some emerging trends in language assessment in general, and then I move on to one key aspect of these trends, which is related to ESP assessment, and that is portfolios as an alternative in ESP assessment. And then towards the end of this presentation, I will mention what prospects and perils are there, and how can we use the test usefulness framework to assure that the assessment is effective. So as a backgrounder to ESP assessment practices, of course, ESP is a very demanding and very fluid field of language education, which has been evolving and developing and shaping and reshaping over the decades. So there has been, of course, a quest for a best method for assessment. And that has been an elusive notion that perhaps we couldn't come up with a best method. And it is, we have many best practices out there, which could be utilized according to the demands of a specific context. And then there is also, we hear terms such as summative and formative assessment, and assessment of learning and assessment for learning. That's another big important direction that has taken prominence in the field of assessment practices and ESP assessment practices in particular, where the focus has been shifting from just assessment of learning to assessment as learning. And I will explain that a little bit more in detail later. And then we also look at when we see the current practices that are widely used in ESP assessment, we can probably, we can put them into like at the end of this continuum. So traditional assessment practices, which essentially are cognitive and psychometric in orientation, and that's like one end of this spectrum, and the other is alternative assessment options which are out there, which are essentially socially oriented. So the assessment practices which are used, probably they fall along somewhere on this spectrum with these two ends that I just mentioned. Then with the traditional assessment practices, which are commonly used in ESP context too, there's a huge amount of research which has been produced over the decades, which has established and which has basically led to believe that there are some specific challenges related to that. For example, there are some inherent limitations of these language assessment tests in particular, whether they're standardized tests or other types of tests that are used, such as issue of fairness and reader's bias. And also there's the issue of test takers' characteristics as well, because the traditional assessment practices favor certain types of test takers' characteristics, and some other people might be disadvantaged with issues such as test anxiety and disabilities of various types, and those are not factored in these assessment practices. So like any good assessment practice is likely to generate a positive washback effect, which is a sign of, or which is a goal of effective assessment. And a negative washback effect of traditional assessment practices is very well documented, and this negative washback effect is certainly not desirable in ESP context. So and when we introduce those kind of high stakes single shot tests, which are often referred to as the traditional assessment, and like I mentioned before, which are essentially psychometric and focus on cognitive aspects of learning and teaching and learning. And these types of assessments certainly put a lot of pressure or impact the teaching learning situation in a way that the classroom teaching practice might turn into test preparation kind of situations. So that is like one aspect of this negative washback effect that I just mentioned. So with these, I've just like some background to the emerging trends in ESP assessment, and that has actually led to a very widespread need or desire for alternative assessment. And so then if we just look at, like, based on this, like a quick background that I offered you, or which has basically tried to cover all the developments that have taken place over the decades, and moving on to the current times. So there have been like some emerging trends in the field of ESP assessment. So I'll just kind of put those here under these three headings, just to give you a very brief overview of those emerging trends. So first of all, there has been, like I mentioned before, a wider understanding of the limitation of traditional assessment, and then that has led to some innovative assessment practices, which are all put under an umbrella term of alternative assessment. I believe all of you have heard about. These are important. It's important to understand that when we think about these options, so we are not essentially saying alternatives to assessment, but we're saying alternatives in assessment. So alternatives to what? Alternative to traditional assessment practices. And then another emerging trend that I would like to put here and is under this quotation, that assessment as a pedagogical practice. So now, like I mentioned before, assessment is essentially seen as something not just for the sake of assessment for the sake of assessment, but assessment that promotes learning as well, that generates positive washback effect as well. So essentially, assessment is integrated into pedagogical in the pedagogy and the curriculum, and then probably is being seen as a pedagogical practice. And another emerging trend is like when we think about assessment in ESP context, a lot of time I've seen in many situations when I reviewed ESP programs, and it is kind of there's an implicit belief that if there's more assessment, there are more tests and exams like every week, That means people will take their students will take their learning seriously, and teachers will take their teaching seriously as well. And that is a good situation. But I don't think that will be a good option. And there has been a lot of research which has also indicated that basically, which I with this quotation that you see here best summarizes that: don't do more assessment, do more with assessment. And that is essentially what it means, is that we need to enhance the scope of assessment rather than increasing the frequency of assessment practices. So with these very broad trends, which I believe are still emerging and going through developmental process, these are the directions, probably future directions, that are where ESP assessment might be heading to in coming years and decades. And that is basically takes us back to the theme of this conference, that is the crossroad. Yes, this is the crossroad in terms of ESP assessment, that whether it can go in this direction or it can stay on with the traditional path that has been in practice widely over the years. So now, when we think about these emerging trends or these directions that potentially best suit the ESP approach, for example, and out of these alternatives that we have, which have been developed over the past couple of decades in language assessment in general, and more specifically relevant to ESP assessment, if you ask me what are some alternatives to traditional assessment, and in spite of those limitations that I just mentioned there, which is still widely used. So, and the answer to this question is challenging, in a sense that we don't have like very big range of these alternative assessments which are credible, or which are trustworthy, or which are valid and reliable. Kind of in terms of it's based on validity of these assessments. So of all these alternative assessment options, if there's one which stands out, is portfolios. Portfolio assessment has been in practice for a number of decades, and it has gone through a very profound scrutiny and validation over the decades, and it has been still accepted as a very strong alternative assessment option, and that is also very close to the objective of an ESP program. So I'll just give a quick overview what portfolios are, or portfolio assessment would look like. So as you can see here on my slide, that if you have to describe portfolios, it will be a systematic collection of students' work over a period of time. So these are the key aspects of that. A systematic selection and over a period of time. And once we do that selection, and that selection of student work is assessed against a specific criteria. And another probably description of portfolios is that portfolios are like a slideshow that demonstrate students' achievement, and rather than the snapshot of student achievement that a single occasion test provide in a traditional context. And also portfolios are known to be quite effective tools for promoting reflective learning, learner motivation, and autonomy, which are highly desirable features of effective language education. So going a little bit further in terms of the description of portfolios. So portfolios are various types, and this is a usually misconception about portfolios, that we think about portfolio assessment. We might think that, okay, portfolio is like one type of assessment, but in fact, there are different types of portfolios within this alternative assessment option, such as growth portfolios and mastery portfolios, which are performance-based or summative. And because this also kind of addresses the concern that might come up, that when we think of portfolio as an alternative assessment, we might think, oh my God, so there may not be very standardized data that is emerging from there, which can be used for record keeping or traditional assessment documentation. But portfolios as an alternative assessment do meet those requirements too. And portfolios can be contained in various forms, like a physical form, in a binder, for example, which is now not that much commonly used as we transition to a digital age. And so these come into digital format as well. And in terms of participation in this assessment practice, the students and peers and instructors participate in this whole process, and that gives a very unique competitive edge to portfolios as assessment option as compared with traditional assessment tests or exams. And in terms of feedback and reflection, can-do statements are used. There's a peer feedback that is also used, and self-reflections of learners are also included in addition to instructor feedback. So that just shows you the breadth and the comprehensiveness of the coverage of learning that has happened over a period of time, and it's probably potentially a profound impact on the teaching learning situation. Okay, so if in terms of conceptualization of portfolios as a pedagogical practice, like I mentioned before, if we have to kind of understand how portfolio-based assessment will fit in the pedagogical practice, so that can be best illustrated with this figure, as you can see on the screen. So it leads to this. It's kind of like a cyclical process that you start and then it feeds back to the next stage, back to the first stage after going through all these 5 phases. And that's like one good illustration how portfolio-based language assessment can be integrated into into the curriculum and be a part of ESP practice too. So now towards the end of my presentation, so here I would like to mention that I have made a quick case for portfolio assessment as an alternative and probably more suitable assessment option to ESP assessment. And then how can we be sure about that, whether this option makes a good option for assessment, or it is an effective assessment for ESP context. So I would suggest using this test usefulness framework, which came long ago and which has been very impactful to our field. Although a newer version has come, but I think this 1996 version is still very relevant and very handy for practitioners. So this is important thing to keep in mind, is that in ESP context, ESP practitioners play a number of roles. They are not just like educators in a traditional classroom. They're also curriculum designers. They are assessors. They're also the ones who will assess students' needs and address those needs and take on a number of those roles. So from that perspective, I'm proposing this test usefulness framework as a handy resource for them. And as you can see, it is made of 6 elements. And I'll just have a quick introduction of those, like authenticity, that how authentic materials are being used in that assessment that represent the target language use domain, and how the construct is valid, which is being assessed with reference to the objectives of an ESP course, and how reliable that assessment is in terms of its use and consistency. And then the interactiveness, and how does this assessment provide an opportunities to test takers to make use of those skills which are involved in that task. And its impact on teaching learning situation, on the classroom, on the curriculum program, and also the wider society. And above all, in spite of all these good things for any test that we might think about, and then comes the question of practicality, that whether that assessment is practical in terms of time and resources, and whether those are financial resources or human resources. So this is like this is the criteria that we can use to assess the usefulness of any assessment, such as whether it's portfolios or any other assessment that we can think about. So here is the next slide that you can see here. I'll just give like a quick overview of if we are assessing, we're thinking about the potential prospect, the prospects and potential petals if we are trying to go for portfolios or any alternative assessment in the field of ESP. So if this is basically, as you can see, this table come from the source, which is pretty recent one, and in that article, basically it's an article that I co-authored with my two other colleagues, and we have published it. And this there we also analyzed portfolios in the historical context and its test usefulness, and that is presented in this table. So if we have to quickly apply this test usefulness framework for portfolios, and this is the possible outcome that we will get. So portfolios do make a high standing on construct validity and authenticity and interactiveness. So in terms of reliability, yeah, they could be moderate to low because of the assessment literacy of ESP practitioners or their availability and their involvement and receiving enough training to be able to assess portfolios reliably. And then also its impact can be also moderate to high, because the portfolios do have some limitations with reference to the use and implementation. And in terms of practicality, yes, that is probably low, because portfolios as an alternative assessment option will be pretty demanding, and people will be, there'll be more resources at least needed to implement that, at least at the start. So that's like those are the I mean, if you apply that, that is a quick overview of that. And finally here, I will you might ask me that, okay, well, portfolios, if the portfolios make such a good option for as an alternative assessment, how portfolios could be, why not portfolios are commonly used? But the answer is yes, portfolios are not that common as traditional assessment practices are, but still portfolios are very, there are in many contexts are very widely used. So I just want to give you two examples here. As you can see, the first example is from Canada. And we have a national or nationwide language education program called LINK, which stands for Language Instruction for Newcomers to Canada, which is essentially an ESL program, and which is funded by the federal government, and it's a program offered all over the country, and it has 8 levels, and it's based on Canadian language benchmark, and so that uses portfolio as well as assessment. So another example from Europe is European language portfolio, which is a very widely used assessment tool across Europe. And it is not essentially focused on ESP or English language programs, but it is basically used in any second language learning situation. And it basically records linguistic and cultural skills as well, which are needed for higher education and employment across Europe. So these are two contexts or two situations where portfolios have been portfolios have replaced traditional assessment because of the benefits that I have just mentioned before. So I will conclude here with these few comments that for ESP educators, maybe if they want to think about this crossroad that where we are, and then which direction they want to go, and they might like to develop their assessment literacy and empower themselves with the skills and the knowledge which is needed for advanced level of assessment. And also they can think of explore some new options and by reflecting on their current teaching practices and the uses of the traditional assessment in their practice. And for administrators, if they could reassess their assessment tools that are used or assessment regime that are in practice in their teaching programs, in the ESP programs, and then they can think of implementing and supporting those new initiatives with reference to alternative assessment. And for researchers, they might like to pilot and investigate and experiment these alternative assessment options, which are more compatible with the objectives of ESP programs. And for ESP curriculum designers, they might think about using an overarching approach to the design of the curriculum with this approach of assessment as a pedagogical practice rather than something that is isolated. So, okay, with that, I stop here, but I want to show you this article on the screen. This is the article that I mentioned before, which if you want to learn about this topic that I just briefly discussed with you in detail, you might like to take a look at this article, which is a pretty recent one, published in a well-known journal system. And I and my two other co-authors have discussed the issue of portfolios as alternative assessment. And these are the sources that I've used, and thank you so much for your attention. And with that, I stop here.
Okay, please put your hands together. Thank you very much, Professor, for the enlightened presentation regarding the assessment in relation to ESP. I'm wondering whether we have any questions in the audience. If you have any questions, please, questions in the audience. I might kick off with a question to keep you busy, maybe. We don't want to lose you. The question is, are there any specific skills that teachers need to have to be the best fit as ESP teachers?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It is very normal, which is all over the world, that English language teachers typically transition into ESP teaching roles. So the training that the English language teachers receive, that does provide a good foundation to become an ESP practitioner. But ESP programs do require some additional skills and orientations. And that is an area where there's no easy answer. So a lot of places have different things happening. For example, there are many places in the world which offer degree programs in ESP teaching, for example. So people need to receive those qualifications and training. But that's very, very rare in the world because from all the work I do internationally, there are very few places which offer that. So, but the answer is yes, there are a number of skills and skill sets that are needed to become effective ESP practitioners rather than just ESP practitioners. And that can be fulfilled through a professional development and, and events like this, for example. And then those training and that the resources invested in that training will go a long way for the success of ESP programs.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions in the audience? Anyone, please? Questions? Discussions? Professor Rashid, do you mind if you keep tuned until we receive the second presentation? I know about the difference of the time.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I need to leave. I'm already pretty late. It's like 2:25 a.m. So
I'm sorry about that. We do
it's okay. So my apologies.
It's all right, no worries. Well, maybe we'll take one or more two questions, then we'll set you free, if that's all right. Yeah. Questions, anyone? Questions? Anyone? Yeah? No question. I might ask you another question, yeah?
Okay.
You have spoken about the frequency of assessment versus the snapshot thing.
Yeah.
Do we get like better results if we keep assessing learners as opposed to like the snapshot, a one-time kind of assessment? Are the differences different in terms of the results we get? Is it related to the frequency of the test or the frequency of preparing for taking the test that would help people build skills?
Yeah, so that's a very important question with reference to ESP assessment. I'll discuss this with reference to ESP assessment, and as we know, ESP as a teaching approach it is not like a teaching regular English as a foreign language, for example. So ESP is very specific, it's very needs-based, and it's very targeted. So in that context, assessment has to be very compatible to these program objectives as well. And that is usually a big mismatch that I see very common all over the world. So, ESP programs, there's a lot of focus on curriculum, a lot of focus on the reading materials, for example, and other aspects of that. So assessment is just something just given at the end. Assessment for the sake of assessment. So yes, that is. I think I would highly recommend that ESP program leaders they ensure that ESP assessment that is developed and used in an ESP program that fully matches with the objectives of an ESP program. And again, increasing the frequency or having too much of assessment or too many tests, that does not make good assessment. So it has its own benefits, but if you really were looking for a target is that you want to have assessment that is compatible with the ESP course objectives and that is effective in that context. So then probably there are different considerations that needs to be kept in mind.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll follow this up with another question that will be the last one. Do you think that the assessment-oriented teaching, be it for the ESP or else, would hinder building skills at large?
Yeah, that's like something very widely well established. It's not just like my personal viewpoint. This is like there's a huge amount of research that has already established that and that is like what is called like a negative washback effect. I refer to washback effect, and good assessment will create positive washback effect. And this is what you just said is an example of a negative washback effect, which is not good for the curriculum, which is not good for the teaching learning situation. And certainly that is something which is very outdated. That is something to keep in mind.
Okay, I think those are all the questions that I had in my pocket today. I don't have any spare questions for you, and maybe we'll set you free. Professor Rashid, we cannot thank you enough for your contribution and your insight and the presentation. We know how busy you are and how fruitful the product of your research and the teams that you're working on. Thank you very much on behalf of the audience here and on behalf of the president of the conference. We thank you enough for your participation, for enlightening us. Thank you indeed. And we will see you around at some point, possibly in future conferences. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm truly honored. Thank you. All the best. Please enjoy the conference.
Okay, thank you. Moving without any further ado, thank you. Goodbye. We move to the second presenter of the day. That's Professor Yousfi Zaghouani Omar. The professor came from our neighbor Libya. I had the honor to have a little chit chat with him yesterday on the side of the event. And Professor Zaghouani Omar has got 3 PhD degrees in English education, linguistics, and translations. That's the combination of the skills that we might need if we are to dive into ESP. He is the director of the University of Benghazi Language Center. He is the executive director of the Democratic Arab Center, Berlin, Germany, the coordinator of TESOL and Solia Connect program in Libya. He's a reviewer and a member of editing in more than 15 international journals. He's an assistant professor in the German and Russian department at the University of Missouri, Columbia, in the United States. He published 13 books and more than 45 papers regarding learning and teaching English as a foreign language, as a second language, and he chaired more than 10 conferences locally. Please help me in welcoming Professor Yousfi Zaghouani Omar. The title of his presentation today will be Basic Academic Writing Steps for Conducting Academic Papers. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله أجمعين النبي العدنان محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأزكى السلام. السلام والتحية أزفها إليكم من بلد مليون حافظ للقرآن أحفاد المختار إلى الجزائر الحبيبة بلد المليون الشهيد أحفاد عبد القادر الجزائري. Good morning, everybody. At the very outset, I'd like to express my gratitude, my appreciation for the warm welcoming, for inviting me to attend this international conference. I'd like to express my gratitude and appreciation for Dr. Manal, the president of the conference, director of the University of Tbilisi, the vice rector, the dean of faculty of letters and languages, the president of the external relationship, the vice president of the external relationship, and all the organizers of this international conference. which is specified for English as specific verbs. My presentation today will be relevant somehow as I'm talking about the basic steps for writing academic writing, or conducting, to be more specific in using the terminology, because when you talk about the academic writing, so we have to ask ourselves, what's academic writing? Of course, we have to differentiate between academic writing and creative writing or journalistic writing. In contrast to the creative writing, in which is something personal, such as when you write, for example, a poem or a story or a novel. So you are writing first for yourself, and you are the only one that you might criticize or condemn yourself. Whereas in academic writing, you are not writing for yourself, you are writing for others. And the questions that who are the others? Of course, when we talk about the others, so we talk about the academic ones. So you have to be cautious, you have to be aware of what you are writing, because you are responsible for whatever you have written. So academic writing, in fact, is a formal style of writing. It's conducted for maybe presenting something or submitting a piece of paper to even for a professor at the university, or maybe if you wanted to publish a piece of paper at a journal, if you wanted to do or conduct a thesis, a dissertation, a chapter in a book. So these are all types of academic writing. So what distinguishes the academic writing from other types of writing? In fact, when we talk about the academic writing, the first thing that we think of is that whether we are writing scientific papers or humanistic paper. Of course, the difference here is both of them are under the umbrella of academic writing, but the method that's used, for example, for the scientific writing, is that we focus on the method and the result. As you know, if you wanted to conduct a paper regarding, for example, in chemistry, so we are focusing on the method used and the result. Whereas for the humanistic writing, so we are focusing on the syntactical structure, language. And as we know, that language is not so easy to deal with, because actually we talk something that's called language, and sometimes we don't understand what we are saying or what we are writing. Namely, if you are not specialized in language. You know that when we go to language, we have, of course, something called synonyms in language. But in fact, there's no synonyms in language, because there are some semantic features, at least one semantic features, that makes a word different from other words. So we have to be aware of what we are writing in academic writing, because we are writing something formal, we are writing for others. So we might be criticized, we might be condemned by others who are reading our writing. So I'm going to talk about some characteristics of the academic writing. If you don't mind, could you please go for the other step? The first one is that when we write, actually, we write formally. We don't write informally. So what we mean by formal is means that we have to select our words, so we don't lose actually logistic words. Even if you want to write academically, you have to show your competency, you have to show your accuracy, you have to show your proficiency of language. So when we write, I say formally, it means that we have to select the word that actually gives exactly or similar the meaning that we intend to provide. Also, the selection of words. For example, we don't use, for example, words that's used by laymen in the street. So we have to be distinguished from these people, because we are writing in an academic situation. Could you please go, if you don't mind, go to the other. So yes, so here when you say about formal, for example, we don't use slang. Slang, this is the language used maybe in the street. For example, no one actually dares to write, for example, the word cool, for example, or kids. Because cool or kids actually. Continue. Yes. Yes, cool or kids, in fact, is actually used for the for the people in the street. And we have, as I said before, that we have to be distinguished from the layman in the street. Also, we don't actually use contraction. We use, for example, not, for example, or doesn't, or couldn't, or shouldn't. We have to write it in full. Could not, should not, etc. Also, we don't use the abbreviations. For example, we use EG to mean, for example, and ETC and others on the like. Also, IE, in other words. The abbreviation actually is completely forbidden in academic writing, but for the acronyms, it's used. Acronym is different from the abbreviation. For example, when you say ESP, for example, when you mention it the first time, English for specific verbs, this is an acronym. It's used. But you have to mention it the first time, for example, ESP. So we say henceforth, this is English for specific purpose, henceforth ESP. Or we say, for example, UNESCO, United Nations for Education or whatever, UN, United Nations. Actually, these actually are accepted in the academic writing, but for abbreviations, we don't accept these in academic writing. The other thing, as I said, that if you wanted to conduct a thesis or dissertation, or if you want to even write a piece of paper to be published in a journal, the first thing that you have to be objective. Don't be biased. Objective in using even the pronouns in the paper itself. So we don't say, for example, I. Here you consider yourself as subjective. So we use, for example, the researcher believes or thinks. Even the word believe sometimes is strong in using for academic writing, because believe is stronger than the word. As I said, that there is at least one semantic feature differentiates one word. So we don't say, for example, I believe. Maybe say the researcher thinks that, or sees that, or argues that. So here we open the discussion for others. Whereas when you say I believe, it means that you close the discussion from the beginning. Also, we don't say, for example, you should, because of the researchers or the teacher, for example, if you are conducting a study regarding learning or teaching English, when you say that the teacher should, here you are giving your own judgment, and this is unacceptable in academic writing. You might use other words that might give the same word of should, but the connotative meaning of the word might be smaller than or weaker than the word. So, for example, we say the teacher might be, ought to be. We can use other words that might give the same meaning, but different connotative or different affect meaning. Also, responsibility for you as an academic writer. You are responsible for whatever you have written. Don't say that no, because someone says this, maybe because the supervisor, the role of the supervisor, in fact, if you are conducting thesis or dissertations, the responsibility for you is that just only because you are the writer, you are the researcher. So don't say, for example, because the supervisor advised this or asked me to. No, you are responsible for whatever, for every single word that you have written in your thesis or dissertation or piece of paper, or you are responsible for everything. So in this case, it means that you have to read thoroughly before starting writing. It's not so easy to write, to be open with you. Even for the selecting the title, some students think that it might take maybe a day or two. In fact, it takes sometimes a year to think just only for the topic that you are writing, because you have to study thoroughly. You have to study. You have to take your time. You are not in a rush, because what you have already written will be yours forever. So you have to be careful. You have to be accurate in using the words and selecting the topic and selecting the words that you are writing, because sometimes you write something and you put your judgment in the subject. Also, we don't use for writing, we don't use static words. We use living words that you give vivid to your writing. For example, when you say, in fact, we don't use adjective in writing, but we can replace adjective with verbs, because verbs actually are vivid. They give life to the writing. For example, we didn't say, I'm sorry, I'm late. This is not writing. Might be good for the creative writing. But for the academic writing, you have to give vivid to your writing instead of using I'm sorry, you can say, I regret for being delayed. So here we have to select the word that gives vivid, give it life to the work that I'm working with. Also accuracy, you have to be accurate in using either syntactical structure, in using a grammar, and selecting the words, appropriate words that to be used in this context. Also be logic. Don't write, for example, for something illogical. You have to be logic in using the topic and using and selecting the topic and using the terminology and using everything. Also be clear, as we know, and concise. As you know that we use, as I said, that we use language, actually sometimes we don't understand the language. And when we talk about meaning, what I always say, that just we understand maybe 10% of what we are saying, because the process of language actually is processed in the brain, transferred into speech through the mind. Sometimes the thought is up, we know is upper than or higher than the speech. So sometimes the mind cannot actually transfer what's processed in the brain. Even within ourselves, sometimes we cannot express what we have in our brain. And this happens a lot. Sometimes we say that you misunderstood me, I misinterpret your words, and there are a lot of confusion, there are a lot of interpretation happens because of not using language appropriately, and this is a fact. I give you one or two examples about this. For example, when you say, I am an English teacher. So this is ambiguous, in fact. So this is ambiguous in academic writing. This is actually not academic writing. Maybe I said that if you are writing, or if you are talking, for example, what are you when you say, I'm an English teacher? So might be understood, but in academic writing, this is not good. This is ambiguous, because here, the word English might be your nationality, that you are a teacher from England, or might be a teacher of English. So you have to be concise, you have to be precise in using the terminology and using the language. So as long as Chomsky talked about the transformation generative grammar, so we can use other type or other style of the language with the same meaning. What I mean, for example, if I wanted to say I'm teaching English, so I can say I'm a teacher of English. So here I'm concise, I'm precise, I'm clear in my writing. Whereas when I say I am an English teacher, this is unclear or this is ambiguous. Also, when I say that the father of the boy and the girl will attend the party. Here, actually, Bloomfield talked about the constituents. Of course, you know the constituents. That means the part, how to divide the sentence into parts. Of course, this sentence is ambiguous. That cannot be understood. Namely, if you are writing, conducting a thesis or dissertation, and you have got external examiner that will be conducted. Actually, what do you mean by the father and the father of the boy and the girl will attend the party? Here, do you mean that we have just only one subject or two subjects here? There is ambiguity. Of course, the subject is one, but do we have one person or two persons? Do you mean that the father of the boy and the girl? So here, maybe when I speak, it's clear. When I say the father of the boy and the girl, so here I know that there are two people. When I say the father of the boy and the girl, so I know just only one people. This is in speaking verbally, but how about when you write it? So you have to be clear. You can say, for example, the girl and the father of the boy. So understand that there are two people attending the party, not only just only one. When you say, for example, the boy smiled at the girl in the kitchen. Actually, these are Bloomfield constituents if you study Bloomfield. So I say that the boy smiled at the girl in the kitchen. This is ambiguous for me. When I say it verbally, it's clear. For example, I say the boy smiled at the girl in the kitchen. So understand that the smiling happened in the kitchen. But when you say that the boy smiled at the girl in the kitchen, it means the boy smiled at the girl who was in the kitchen, but the smiling is not clear. So I have to be clear, as we have to benefit from Chomsky's universal grammar and transformation generative grammar in using language such as unmarked or marked. For example, say that in the kitchen, the boy smiled at the girl, or you can replace the kitchen to be adverb in another place to get the ambiguity, to make the sentence clear. When I say, for example, the girl killed the boy with the knife, might be understood that the boy killed the girl using the knife. It could be the boy killed the girl who was holding the knife. So as I said, that language, it's not so easy. So we have to be clear, we have to be concise, precise, and using the syntactical structure that goes with what I mean, and also selecting the words. The other thing is that you have to be focused and well structured. As we know that for we have actually two schools in writing. We have either American school or the British school. So you have to be consistent in using either the American school or the British school. For the British school, I don't know which school are you following here in Nigeria, but in Libya, of course, we are following the British school. But for me, I like the American school, in fact. For the British school, say that the research question or these statements should be at the beginning of the sentence, of the paragraph. So you have to be focused and well structured in selecting the thesis statement, because the thesis statement, in fact, gives what you are going to talk about later. So you have to put it at the beginning, and later, so the reader, when he reads or she reads, understand that you are going to talk about this point specifically. Also, sentence structure, paragraph. When we talk about the syntactical structure, of course, we talk about the sentence structures, the paragraph structure, and the whole or overall structure. So it's necessary that what I see, in fact, in most of academic writing, they lack the use of their transitional words. Even in Arabic, without transitional words, actually the text or the paragraph or the essay will lack actually cohesion or cohesive. So we need to use transitional words in every single sentence to link it with other sentences. And if we wanted to link or associate one paragraph to the other paragraph, we have to use transitional words such as, however, as a result, accordingly, and other words. Also, source, you have, this is one of the things that most of the students, namely when they are writing thesis or dissertations, that they encounter is the plagiarism. You have to write, you have to cite whatever have taken from other sources. Otherwise, it will be a crime, plagiarism. And in some developed countries, let's say in the United States, if you plagiarize, you will be dismissed. You will not be accepted in at any university in the United States. Also be consistent, as I said, that in using either the British style or the American style for using the words, using the syntactical structures. Of course, we know that there are multiple differences between the American style and the British style. Either in pronunciation, for example, the word program with one M in the American style, M-double-M-E with the British style. The use of the word center, for example, also in the syntactical structure, there are a lot of differences. So you have to be consistent. Either don't go from the American style into the British style at the same paper. Also, voice. What I see that we lack voice. What makes, for example, Shakespeare is the best writer, for example, or what makes Shakespeare Shakespeare is the voice, the tone. So when you read a paragraph, I know that you are the writer of this paragraph. Your tone is there, your flavor is there. So writing without flavor is nothing. So you have to be yourself. Don't try, even for speaking, don't try to imitate others. But whatever you do, you have to be yourself. Otherwise, you will be fake. That's what happens actually writing. You have to be yourself. You have to make your voice, your personality, and tone, of course, present the arguments to the other fairly. You have to be fair, right? As you said, that you have to be objective. When you cite something, actually, of course, you know how the types of writing, paraphrasing, summary, or quotation. So when you write, I prefer personally, I prefer paraphrasing because I get my voice is there. So when you convey the idea, convey it fairly without any kind of bias. Because of time, I'm going to shift. Is it okay? Shall I take another 5 minutes? Yeah, please. Could you please go to? Is it mine? Yes. What you? I'm going to talk in a hurry because the topic might take maybe 2 or 3 hours, not just only 20 minutes. So as an academic writer, you have to avoid these things in a hurry. Of course, personality, as I said, this is not good. You have to be objective in using the pronouns, and in your judgment, don't say, I believe. You can say the researcher, don't say you, for example, but you have to use one or individual or some people, that's a judgment. Don't judge, don't use should, but you might use other words, or two. Subjectivity, this is completely forbidden in academic writing. Redundancy, sometimes we try to use or to make the essay or dissertation bigger. We use slogans, or let's use conversational phrases called. Instead of using, for example, in the year 2023, we can say in 2023, because 2023 it means that the year of 20, or on the spur of the moment. This is actually, we call it conversational phrases. So we can say currently instead of the on the spur of the moment. As a matter of fact, we can say in fact. Repetition in academic writing is not good. In fact, as we said before, that we do have synonyms, so we can use word. For example, we can say different, but if we wanted to repeat the same word, we can use other words. For example, varies. So we can say, for example, we use languages in different cultures in various locations, for example, context. Also, emotive. 5 minutes? Oh, thank you. I appreciate your generosity. Repetition, as I said, emotive or subjective language. Don't use, for example, we say that I go with this. So in academic writing, to be open with you, you are nothing, or we are nothing, to be more specific in this way. Because what? Because we are conveying the speech of others. So you might be asked, who are you to say I go with? No, don't say or say that because I like Chomsky a lot. So I say, no, I go with the Chomsky because this and the. No, this is actually a kind of judgment. This is emotion and completely forbidden. Maybe you can say that, or maybe if you wanted to say something, or you are going with a specific idea. So you have to defute, you have to give evidence, you have to credit. Say that's based on Chomsky, based on Eugenia, whatever. This idea might be because of this. And when you are, maybe when you feel that your idea is strange a little bit, so it's much better if you use quotation. Quotation, it means that it's not my word. Go and ask, for example, namely those who are considered as big shots in the field. For example, we wanted to write about linguistics, so I say that to avoid any kind of argument, I say, this is not my speech, this is Chomsky. Chomsky says this, for example. As I said, the logistic. Also, when I say that we are different from the people outside. Different in what? Different in your academic level, because it's supposed that your academic level is different or higher than those who are. So I don't use, as academic writer, don't use that words that used by normal people. For example, I didn't use important. Important is a slogan. It's a logistic word. So I use other words that's maybe, for example, instead of important, we can use, for example, the word prominent, or maybe essential, other words, but not plagiarism. As I said, that it's very dangerous if you are plagiarizing. So this is actually is a crime in writing. Could I go, please, if you don't mind? Yes. So to conclude my speech is that for you as an academical writer, you have to be a good reader. As I said, that you have to spend much time in reading about the topic. Don't just only, you have got just only slept and you dream an idea and you start writing the other day. No, you have to read a lot before starting reading. You have to search about the resources and find if the resources are reliable or not. Don't depend on the internet. Internet is not actually an authorized source for citation. You have to search about the journals, about the books. Journals actually is the most authorized source of for citation from others. Also, be objective. Don't be so subjective. Be honest in saying sometimes you have idea, and for example, when you say that I believe I'm writing about there are some problems or challenges that students at the University of Tbilisi encounter while speaking English. So when you make the dissertation, when you make the analysis and your interviews, you find that no, they don't challenge any difficulties in speaking. So you have to be honest in conveying what you have already reached through the data analysis. This is what's called honesty. Be patient. Don't hurry up. Don't rush up. Don't say that I want to finish this year. I want to finish maybe after 2 or 3 months. No. As I said that the work will be yours. This is your fingerprint in an academic area. So do it well, be patient, and inshallah you will get your language user. Of course, you have to be good at using language, because it's different that when you say something, it might be maybe even if you say something wrong, but maybe as we talked before that about the paralinguistics, maybe my expressions, my body of language might express what I mean, but in writing, everything is expressed by what you have written. So be specific, be accurate in using the language, and namely syntactical structure of the language. I think this is everything. Appreciate your listening. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for being delaying for presenting this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I am not sure whether we have any questions. Do you have any questions, guys, please, before we go to the a break, a coffee break? Questions? Do you mind if you join me down here to ask the question? Do you have a mic? Okay, the mic is there. We have questions. Please be seated.
Yes, the voice actually doesn't mean that we person. The voice means that as time of writing that you are writing. So when you see, for example, the style that I did, this part, I can see another part, I can see the by the end of the part. So you have to together. I can see that this is you from the first part, from the first letter to the end letter. Voice control for the use of the transition words. I do my own voice. I can discover them. Sometimes I find papers with the end. I say, this is mine. I can talk actually one here. So my opinion, and when I saw it, because of the voice, for example, the use of the transition words, normally that's not the beginning of the sentence. For me, I put the middle. This is my voice. So I can distinguish that this is me. I don't, for example, put it at the beginning here and put it at the end there and put it at the beginning. So I have to be consistent. For the personality, as I said, the extension shouldn't say because we have the ego. That's what we have the ego. And because the extension doesn't say I. The extension. Because I means that you are superior. So to avoid completely the use of pronouns, even though you will talk about, you must be honest. Und avoid the use of pronouns, completely right. Because you are right, this is for example ESP, many other scenarios of ESP, because our images of our language is images and language. Now I'm talking about the normal, for example, technique. In the same context, for example, you can change it for instance sometimes. For instance, accordingly, and then comes. So we have to check, we have to change the word, it not to be covered in our writing. Thank you very much.
Any questions, anyone, please? You need to move straight to the microphone, get as close as you can, introduce yourself and ask your question. Thank you. Can you get closer to the mic, please? Slightly closer, closer. Thank you.
So the first citation about the summary or appraisal of quotation. Quotation is the one that will convey the same words without any change. Summary is maybe 25% of the original. So summary is just when you change the style, change the syntactic construction, change the words. So here the idea is for the original author, and the voice is still for the original author. The syntactic construction, maybe that's voice into active, active into passive. You change the words, let's say, you say values, and you change some words. Whereas pervasive means that we study and read and try to make your own voice. The idea is for the original author, but the voice is used. Maybe the paraphrase might be more, even more than the original text or original sentence. Or maybe the same, maybe less. Whereas basic summary should be 25% of the original. I prefer the paraphrasing because it keeps the voice is clear. But the idea you have to decide that this is by Chomsky and I get the seven of them.
Okay. More questions, anyone, please? Yeah. You need to get closer to the mic, please. Yeah.
My question is actually not that important. So can you tell me and also when you are involved in the analysis of things or are you supposed to create some moves from other authors or other scientists or creation?
Certainly, each year, especially do you think that, especially in Arab world, because we know that 80 is the figure that Arab world that of the government. So there is much of political. I'm very sure that there is political. Can we exceed 4 chapters? How many pages are we required to achieve in order to make the PhD? In relation to the aesthetic product, and especially the observation aspect to for data collection. It's supposed to take
Thank you very much. Yes. Starting with the social conducting thesis, the normal that we conduct as 5 chapters. Third chapter is the background, second chapter is research review, and use, because we decide from others to do our best. Third one is methodology, use the fourth one is data, and data analysis is used. This chapter is used. You can use, but even you can use the R, the expressions, this chapter is used. If you want to justify it, say you can cite others and this goes a bit, but this is used. And the last one is the findings and recommendations. We don't really qualitative action or right action, quantitative research, not as a quantitative research. All they are completely different because qualitative research methods are very quantitative. Studies use quantitative research method, which is based on either secondary sources, that's the literature review, and primary sources. For primary sources, we don't actually introduce, sometimes introduce called qualitative research. So you can do observation, and if you want to be 3 or 4 or 5 up to 10 for the qualitative research. Whereas for the quantitative research, everything is done by definition with the ESP statistics. So you don't actually you have the part-time. So your role as an expression quantitative is very sometimes flat because you've done target computers for the data analysis, PHP, other programs just to put figures without even showing what to see. Just to try to analyze this goes with this, of course, with for the qualitative. We put questions, we try to answer the questions, whereas for the quantitative, we put the see and see whether the analysis goes with what I think from the beginning or not. I think this is what's that? Don't use. Don't now even in the quantitative ones, you can use the word transaction. Transaction, speed, transaction,
Okay. Thank you. Another question?
There's also actually we need several actually classes or lectures about religions. Even actually, as you mentioned, I got several publications. So I am common, but some idea that I mentioned before, this kind of religions, even That's fine. I'm the same person. So, for example, I always say that we are living in the global environment. I mentioned people. So I have to say Omar. Oh, who's Omar? It's me. Omar, 2019 means that speed is cited by Omar. Who's Omar? This is me, the same one. So the religion is not so easy. In the United States, if you take three words together without mentioning salvation or without criticism, the original this kind of positions. Once when I went to the United States and I talked, I said that world is a big stage. I said because we know that from different culture, that this is a kind of religion. Not by Shakespeare. We have to say as Shakespeare says, the world is a big stage. So be patient. We're not using the other thing words. I mentioned that it's used and accomplished. Yes. Object to be to convey the results as they are in the database. You get that maybe you are biased because everyone is biased or this or that. But sometimes the data analysis actually shows what I'm thinking of, what I'm thinking. Sometimes we are the ones that you put at the beginning might be wrong. For example, I believe that the first that students who are using English because teachers are not very qualified. But through the data analysis, we discover that the teachers are really qualified. So they put that this was the first that we put at the beginning. So people have to say that no, this hypothesis was wrong, and I was wrong in the level of this hypothesis. The data analysis of the statistics shows that this is not correct. Neutral is neutral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before we conclude? Maybe one or two questions. Please move to the mic.
I'm graduate student my name is Raza. My question is concerning citation. When I take quotes from second source, which source should I find? The first or the second?
So actually, this is important just as the first the good point that you mentioned. So if you are using ADA style or NMA style or Chicago whatever, so you have to be consistent with it. So the citation you mean that the text citation, if you are imagine that you are taking the second source from the first source, so the second Chomsky, 5 and Omar 2019. So now that the origin is Chomsky, but it was cited from Omar 2019. When if you go to the reference list, you cite Omar, not Chomsky.
Questions, please.
Yes, you have to be concise, you have to be precise. Go direct to the point, don't turn around. Don't use writing the words just to make the word bigger. You have to go direct to the point, use simple words and on the spur of the moment. Currently, in 2000, in the year 2000, 2001, be concise, be precise, and be clear in the language.
Thank you very much. Due to the shortage of time, I am afraid we cannot take any further questions. However, the professor is going to be around. You can write them down. We'll make sure we'll hand them to him. Then you'll get an answer on the side talks. We will thank Professor Omar for the insightful presentations. Please put your hands together, and I'll give the floor to the host.
Thank you all for your attention during this engaging first plenary session. We covered a lot of ground so far, and I'm sure you're all ready for a well-deserved break. So I would like to invite keynote speakers, organizers, and participants for refreshments in the honorary room for a brief coffee break. This will be an opportunity to stretch your legs, network with the fellow attendees, and continue the stimulating conversations that have taken place this morning. The coffee break will last for 15 minutes. The coffee break will last for 15 minutes. We'll resume the conference program. After that, we hope you are enjoying your time at the conference so far. Thank you so much for your attentive listening, and enjoy your coffee break.
Hi Meltem, are you here?
الصوت قاعد يمشي من
Hello. Hello.
Meltem, we're gonna start in a while, okay?
Okay, do you see my slides? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Dear, check my slides. Is it okay?
Can you see them now?
Yes, but my notes are there on the slides. I don't want my notes to be seen.
No, they are not seen. Only the
Okay.
slides. Yes.
Not the notes, huh? Not the notes.
Not the notes, no.
Okay, fine.
All right.
So now I am muted or?
Yes, the president of the plenary session is here. He's gonna call upon you all, I mean the plenary session speakers, and then he'll give you the floor to start speaking.
Thank you very much. Do I need to introduce myself or?
The president is gonna introduce you, in fact.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the work that you've done so far.
Okay, thank you very much.
See you in a while.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
تعملت منام.
Meltem, can you move the slides?
Sure, I'm moving. Just a minute.
Yes, they are moving. You All right, that's good. See you in a while. Yes, Fadil.
عندك الأجندة؟
كيف هاي عليه بركو درك يجيك.
هذا سيبون، هذا سيبون، هذا يوسف زغراني سيبون. عندك هذا كريفة، كريفة، وعندك كريفة هنا. خلي بالك بها. لا لا مش نعيط لك شو. هي هذا واحد كريفة كريفة بيتي والله. اسمها زوز برك يجيو هنا. وهذه لازم نشعل وهذا بشحال هذه كذا. ها هو من هنا.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back. I hope you enjoyed the sweets and the homemade stuff. The homemade stuff was not actually homemade. It was homemade, but not where you thought it might have been homemade. Okay, guys, thank you very much for coming back. We're going to resume our second plenary session today. I would like to invite the keynote speakers. We will start with Meltem Huri Baturi from Turkey. She's going to be joining us online. Then I would love to invite Dr. Mohammed Krifa from the University of Kairouan, Tunisia, to join us on stage. And as well, Dr. Wafa Fali from Oran University, Algeria, please join us on stage. The first speaker of the day is going to be, in the second plenary session, Professor Dr. Meltem Huri Baturi. She's the founding leader of Turkey's international learning organization, Learning and Teaching Innovation Research and Development, a faculty member of at Konya Foods and Agriculture and Anka Malipol University, a researcher at an action in Coast European Cooperation in Science and Technology, which was supported by the EU Framework Programme Horizon 2020, a researcher in TÜBİTAK, the Scientific and Technology Research Council of Turkey, and Erasmus Plus KA2 projects. Her interests are the use of innovative technologies like metaverses, augmented and virtual reality, at education, distance education, technology-assisted language teaching and design for multimedia enriched teaching materials. She published many articles in highly reputable international and SSCI indexes journals. The title of her presentation today is Language Precision in the Digital Age, AI Enhanced English for Specific Purposes. Professor Meltem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear my voice. Is it
We
clear?
can hear you quite well.
Thank you. Thanks for this warm welcoming. Thanks for also introducing me. I have a background in English language teaching and instructional technology. Actually, I got my bachelor's and master's degree in English language teaching, and then I got my PhD in instructional technology. So far, I've been working on this technology-assisted language learning. I'm a practitioner, I'm an instructor, and I am a researcher. So I would like to present this today. I'm going to make a presentation about this very latest, and very exciting tools that AI presents to us. And there are some AI-enhanced language learning environments related to ESP. So I'm going to talk about this. But first, let's start this journey. How this AI started, okay? Actually, AI started with the 1950s with the Turing test proposed by Alan Turing. And early in the 2000s, AI started to be used in educational softwares and for adaptive learning and tutoring. And the real entrance of this AI in education is the 2010, the year of 2010. It is the growth of apps in education for personalized learning, analytics, and intelligent tutoring systems. In time, of course, AI in education has continued to evolve with advances in natural language processing, effective computing, and virtual reality, which enhance learning experiences for both learners and teaching experiences for teachers. So what the market says, okay, let's check. The Markets and Markets report tells that at the end of 2023, it will reach up to $3.7 million investment in AI use in education. And UNESCO similarly reported that artificial intelligence in education is expected to be worth of $6 billion by 2024. Actually, AI is thought to be a great tool for in the sustainable development goals. There is quality education. So it is thought that AI is a great help to support this. According to another report by Global Market Insights, 80 billion it is predicted to exceed $80 billion by 2030. This is a great amount, actually. So, how AI empowers education? First and foremost, for personalized learning, especially where today's learners, the generation also like and want to have an opportunity of personalized learning. AI supports this. AI has the let's say, capability of analyzing individuals, learners, individual students, learning styles, their strengths and weaknesses and their preferences, and tailor educational content to match each student's needs, their paces of learning. And this helps bridge the gap in educational disparities. Also, this adaptive content and systems AI suggests adaptive content and supplementary learning resources like articles, videos, and simulations, interactive simulations. So it can adjust the difficulty of resources based on students' progress. Let's say if a student succeeds in a particular subject, AI can provide some more advanced materials or offer some additional support in areas where a student struggles. Also, AI is works in learning analytics. It can collect and analyze data on students' engagement, progress, and performance. This data can help teachers and institutions better understand students' learning patterns and provide targeted support. And I support data-driven insights which into student performance, which enables timely intervention and help in the areas that students need to be improved. Scaffolding learning. AI can provide scaffolding by breaking down complex concepts into smaller, manageable parts. As students demonstrate mastery of learning each concept, AI gradually brings or increases the complexity of the concept. And it helps to monitor motivation and engagement of the students. If a students get disengaged or demotivated, it reports to the teachers or the institutions so that there is a kind of more positive learning environment created for the students' learning. And also it helps as a virtual assistant and provides virtual and individualized tutoring 7 days, 24 hours with the virtual one-to-one tutoring. And it helps peer editing, AI students can collaborate with the AI tools to improve, students can collaborate with AI tools to improve their work. These tools provide additional insights and suggestions, and they augment students' work and overall learning experience. Actually, this provides a kind of deeper understanding for the students when they collaborate with AI. This is what actually we teachers like, because we always want our students to go upper levels at the Bloom's taxonomy, we don't want them to just memorize, but we want them to analyze, synthesize the target items that we are teaching. So AI provides such kind of tools to students, and also it helps them to improve their critical thinking and problem-solving skills with many kinds of resources and tools AI delivers. It is not only help for teachers, for students, but also teachers. It's a kind of support for teachers because it provides instructional content, resources, and help grading assistance, and also professional development tools for teachers. And we teachers would like to use some technologies in our teaching, but our plate is already full. With a lot of workload we have, and a lot of technology is there to use. And we as teachers do not want to go juggle between many tools. So AI really helps the teachers both for their teaching and for their administrative work. And also it's a great help for accessibility, from the point of accessibility for persons with disabilities. There are such tools like text to speech, speech to text, which make education materials more accessible to students with virtual and audio hearing impairments. That's why some countries started to use the AI in their programs. The latest one has been announced by the Australian Framework for Generative Artificial Intelligence in Schools has been announced because they support the idea that generative AI technology assists teaching and learning and reduce administrative workload in Australian schools. And it developed human-like generated text and rich multimedia content. So this is a great help. So when we come to the language learning with AI, okay, what kind of facilities it provides to us? It provides immediate feedback. instant feedback on pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, and enhances learning speed. And also multimedia integration. It incorporates engaging multimedia elements for authentic learning of our students and dynamic learning of them. Of course, as in all technology, there are sides for AI to be improved, like lack of human touch. AI lacks emotional intelligence, but researchers are still working on that to improve. And also, excessive reliance on technology, over reliance on technology may create problems in time. So some psychologists and sociologists are doing some research studies on that. So we are not forgetting the human factor and teacher effect in this teaching learning process. Of course, AI is a technology to be used, but still we need teachers' support, teachers' guidance in this process. And also cost is another issue. This is well known. ChatGPT 3.5, almost all of us started to use it. It was really very exciting, and it provides us a great help, at least for the beginning of doing a task. It's a great help. It was free, but now with an advanced, improved form of it, which is ChatGPT 4, it has a cost. I mean, you need to pay for it. So the cost may be an issue for some tools that you want to use. There are some apps that you can be used or for language teaching or language learning. Your students may get help. One of them is for peer editing, this Grammarly. Maybe some of them you are using, I don't know. This Grammarly is a AI-powered writing assistant that can be integrated into writing assignments and providing a real-time grammar and style suggestions, and it helps students improve their writing skills collaboratively. And also, ProWriting Aid is similar to grammar. It offers in-depth writing analysis, aiding both teachers and students in peer editing for grammar, style, and clarity. There is Squirrel AI to personalize learning paths, helping students engage in critical thinking by tailoring content to their individual needs of the students. And there are IBM Watsons for experimentation and innovation with natural language processing projects. And ChatGPT, this is widely used. Almost 90% of the students use it in US, this ChatGPT, for example. It can be used for language experimentation as well. Students can engage in conversation with AI to practice their language skills. And there is Duolingo. It's a popular let's say, web application before we know it. And now with the machine learning, AI support, it provides personalized lessons adjusting to students' pace of learning and their individual progress. And Babbel is similarly provides a personalized language courses tailored to learners' specific needs. And there is also some other apps like Speech Ace, which is designed for English language learners. It provides instant feedback on pronunciation, helps learners refine their spoken language skills. And there is a language tool. It's a grammar and style checking tool. There are some other tools like Storybee, in which you can make students work on writing some stories. It is really very lively, and with the visuals, it's amazing, really. It's very amazing. And you can use it free. And for breaking geographical barriers in our students, there is Rosetta Stone for a long time, for years of, this application. Now it is AI-based, and Tandem. These both of two are provide your students with native speakers worldwide. So by breaking the geographical barriers, they can have some spoken English practices with the with some others around the world. And there is incorporating engaging multimedia elements like in FluentU and Quizlet, which provides some videos with interactive subtitles to engage learners in dynamic language practice. And there are AI enhanced ESP teaching tools like customized content creation. It helps, for example, to generate ESP content related to the learner's field of expertise. There is OpenAI GPT, which provides exercise and quizzes based on real-world situations relevant to specific purpose like ESP content. And there are case studies, articles, and scenarios related to the learner's fields of expertise. And there is Duolingo chatbots and virtual assistants. They simulate workplace environment. These tools can engage students in conversations related to their specific field or topic they want to work on, and provides immediate feedback. They design some scenarios so that students can practice on them. And there is speech recognition and pronunciation practice tools like Speech Ace. Again, it assesses and provides feedback on learners' pronunciation and fluency in English. And there's some tools for language assessment and feedback. AI is used for automated language assessments tailored to specific purpose of students. It evaluates writing skills, vocabulary usage, and comprehension of ESP content. This is Write and Improve by Cambridge English. And also there is a tool called Immersion. It provides simulated workplaces, allowing students to practice language skills in realistic scenarios. So these are the tools, okay? Also, there are many more in the market, but some of them are free, some of them are, you have to pay for them. But anyway, although there are many tools, the most important thing is how to embed this integrate them into our teaching, in class teaching or remote teaching. These are amazing tools, but again, it is up to teacher. First of all, the teacher should decide on which tools she should integrate and when and how integrate, so that they can be more effectively used for students' needs. So thank you for listening to me. My presentation is over. Thank you. Hello. I can't hear you. I think I can hear you. There's a problem, technical problem. I hope you heard of me.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hope
sorry.
you heard. Sorry.
I thought I lost you.
When did
You
you lose?
disappeared from the screen, so I thought I lost you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry,
You can
you lost me after I finished my presentation, I hope.
No. I thought after you finish your presentation. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation about the link between AI and ESP teaching. We hope that we have questions within the audience. If you have time, we will try to follow the questions and possibly you will answer them. Questions, anyone? Questions? We don't get the opportunity to answer questions by professors, experts in the field so often. Please, the floor is yours. You get to the mic. If you can't hear the question, I'll try to rephrase it.
Okay.
Try to ask them, then yeah. Okay. Can you hear?
You
can't. Okay, so you speak. I'll try to. Oh, you can. Do you mind coming down here and ask? Okay. You introduce yourself.
So, hello, respected attendees. My name is Suhaida Faris from the University of Hajla, PhD student. So, my question is, how can educators strike a balance between embracing AI advancement and maintaining the human touch in the process of language learning? This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Melton, you received the question?
Yeah, I am a tech person, but I am at the side of teachers, let me tell you. I like technology, using technology in my classes as an tech person, but I am at the side of teachers. Why? Because in educational technology in field, we have a debate going for decades, method or technology. I am at the method side. Without teachers' effort, we cannot teach. Technology is a tool to reach our targets, to reach our goals. But who is still guiding this? Who is still managing this process is teachers. We cannot ignore teachers' effect. We cannot, forget teachers' effect on this learning, learning process. Okay. Teacher is the person who made the first when come to in front of the students, the analysis and to find the right tools and put them into their service. Teacher is the deciding the whole syllabus, the program, what to teach when. Okay, our AI has the ability, the personalized learning abilities, adaptive systems, adaptive content, but still the human side, okay, the emotional side, the effective side of teaching and effective side of learning, because learning is not something cognitive. It has effective side. So we cannot ignore teachers' effect on this process. Teacher first analyze the students, their learnings, their needs, okay, and then she or he programs or chooses the right tools and gets from help from these AI tools whenever needed, whenever required. Still, it is the teacher's work, I say.
Okay, thank you very much for the illuminating answer. Do you have any questions, anyone? Please, would you come forward? Yes, please. Another question is on the way. Thank you for being patient and sorry about early on.
No
delay. We know that you had classes, etc. Thank you.
Hello, Professor. Thanks for attending with us today. So my question is artificial intelligence up to the task when it comes to teaching ESP? Because we all know that ESP is a constantly changing field, meaning there's a possibility of the appearance of new concepts. So would you say that artificial intelligence is up to, can acclimate with ESP as an individual field? Meaning, is artificial intelligence can acclimate? Is it what I'm trying to say is artificial intelligence, is it can it be updated with the information required to deliver information in ESP?
Yeah, actually, artificial intelligence is very capable of, You're already using it. I know, especially you are a representative of Generation Z. They use it. You use it better than us. So it is all about your probing with the artificial intelligence. Okay, whatever you ask, I'm talking about text generators, by the way. Whatever you ask, it finds you because it goes to the whole, let's say, library of database of data set and finds whatever you like. Also, there are already some ESP content specific for teaching English specific. So it can reach and bring it to you. Okay, it's about what you expect from it. However, of course, it has the capability of improve itself. AI is there for that. Machine learning and AI are two actually interrelated things. Machine learning is in AI, it is the system. Machine learning, with the machine learning, the data sets, machine learns and provides to it that only that limited data. But AI goes beyond it, extends, learns more and more. So as you ask, yes, it will improve, it will learn more and more, and in time, we will get much more service from it, much more resources, facilities from this AI. You know, let me add this. When first internet was there, people had some kind of hesitations. And when internet was on, I mean, years and years ago, I'm talking, people had some hesitations to use it, okay? Because if it will open way to Google, for example, like search engines for copy paste. But what happened? Today, we always search for something on the web, okay, to reach the resources. But it is still with us, with our teachers, and AI tools will be there. They will improve itself. They will provide more and more in time. It will improve itself, but still we will be triggering this process. Thank you very much. I hope it helps.
Yes, thank you for answering my question.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, please, in the audience? Questions, anyone? Maybe I'll ask you a question myself, if you don't mind.
Okay.
About the, I don't know, the integrity of using AI in research. How ethical is it? Are we going to lose our jobs, the community of teachers, anytime soon? Or not in our lifetime?
This is the question always asked teachers, researchers, are we going to lose our jobs? What I believe as a researcher and teacher is not. You know, I use this well-known ChatGPT, let's say. I use it very effectively. I like it actually. And I always tell my students, go search on the net, but don't forget to search on ChatGPT. Probe with it, question, answer. Hey, the thing is, what we are trying to do is make them work, make their cognitive skills work. And this thing, by question answering, they go up to higher order thinking skills level. So this is amazing. As a teaching assistant tool, I find these text generators, namely this ChatGPT and his friends, very good, very well, very effective tools. But still, we have to guide our students. I am always telling, ask some more questions, more and more, but learn it. Don't bring me something copy-paste, because I already understand. And I want to ask you a question. I'm sure you and most of the people sitting in that saloon, I can see them. I am sending my regards to all. You already started to know what is written by ChatGPT, because we started to learn its specific language, isn't it?
Indeed. Personally, I know when something is written or said by an AI machine. Maybe I'll ask another question then. Still related to the ChatGPT thing, you have touched on the nerve of the students getting ready-made answers, asking AI machines. Is this going to hinder in a way or another building skills within students? Is there like an age or time threshold for using AI? If you use it before you build the skill, then you will lose the touch, or it depends. There is a difference between someone has a skill, then uses something to assist him, and someone who's still in the process of building the skill and use it up and prematurely, I would say. Would this hinder the process of building skills, especially for learners?
I think that it doesn't hinder, but it facilitates, just the opposite. It's especially when we ask our students to analyze something, we deliver them some topics and make them some analysis, go and analyze it and work on it there. So it will be a kind of good introduction to discuss these topics with them after they make those searches at the beginning of our course lesson, let's say. Think that our today's topic is the effect of using what can I say now? I cannot. I want to give an example, but the effect of using, let's say, online tools in teaching, okay, or learning English. We first ask our students, go make a search and work on this with the AI tools. Come back, and this will be a good icebreaker to start our lesson to analyze the issue together with our students by discussing. So I feel like it's a good tool not to hinder but facilitate our work, our teaching, augment our teaching and make it more engaging with the tools.
Maybe the point I want to touch on was not like from the perspective of teachers. For sure, that's a very useful tool that could help people put like knowledge in a different level. The thing is that when you ask students questions, then they go and get satisfied with the answers they get from the AI and don't do the search that you were talking about. The search, which is the process that could help them build skills and perspectives and the horizons. If they get satisfied with the one search, one question they ask to the machine, the AI thing, then they come up with the one answer, then this is what I was talking about. Would this be like an obstacle to the process of building skills?
Yeah, so it is again with us, with the teachers. Teachers are there, you will know that if the student really grasped the meaning of that thing, if they learned or not. So they will go and probe with the AI thing, text generator, but how much they learn? Only they asked once and get the answer and they said, oh, okay, I learned it. Or they probe time and time, they asked and not. So when they come to classroom, we start a discussion and we check. We have to check if they learned or not the topic. So it is again with the teacher. It is again in the classroom. It is again between the students and us. We should interact with them and learn how much they learned.
Okay, let's hope that we will not fail them big times asking them single questions.
Inshallah.
That's all from us regarding this presentation so far. If you want to keep tuned, please be tuned. We are going to move to something else. Thank you very much indeed for the enlightening presentation about the marriage between AI and teachers that are not going to lose their jobs anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this and for inviting me again. I'm sending my regards first to Dr. Manel and then you and all the people out there. I can't see this, sending my regards.
And a lot of them I can't turn the thing because of cables and stuff. Please put your hands together for Professor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was very enlightening. Thank you. You can keep tuned in if you want to. Without any further ado, we're going to move to the second plenary session of the day. That's Dr. Mohammed Krifa from Kairouan University. He got his high school diploma from Camden Ripple High School, USA in 1987-1988. He pursued his BA in English Literature and Civilization and MA in English Language in Kairouan and the PhD in English Language in Sfax. He's an assistant professor at the Faculty of Letters Kairouan. He worked as assistant at the Higher Institute of Humanities, Sbitla, and at the Faculty of Letters, Kairouan. He's a freelance writer in Tunisia, a newspaper from 1993 to 2000. He's an English language trainer at Elite Formation, and he's a freelance translator. Without any further ado, we'll call Professor Mohammed Krifa to deliver his presentation entitled Aligning ESP Courses with the Translation Curriculum for Better Market Integration. The floor is yours.
Let me see. Yeah. So.
Can we call for the assistant, please? He keeps disappearing.
I need his help. All right. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't know how it works. He told me that the only way to do it is from this PC.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the technical issues beyond our capabilities as teachers. We don't know much about those things.
Yeah.
So,
can you call him?
yeah, someone went to
Right,
call him.
great.
Help is on the way. Meanwhile, if you have any other questions, yeah, question, yeah, come over. Professor Melton, you're still around. I have another question for you, not from me, sorry. Thank you for sticking around. And another person, a student, future scholar, is going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Günaydın. İyi akşamlar dear teacher.
Turkish. Günaydın. Ya iyi öğleden sonraları, okay?
Yeah, hani çok güzel ya. I actually have one question, if you don't mind.
No, sure.
So my question is, you talked about how AI can enhance the ESP teaching. Well, I was wondering, don't you think that this could be a little bit limiting, the teaching scope? We are not talking anymore about ESP as ESP teaching. There is teachers and students, but there is like kind of a radical change when we are talking about AI intelligence. So what do you have to say about that? Thank you.
You tell me that the teacher's role has changed in time, so that's why.
Yeah, exactly. So when we are talking about the AI, artificial intelligence, so we are talking about sort of a radical change in all the aspects. So do you think, like, with the future of the AI and ESP teaching, where do you see that? Do you think that there will be teachers and students?
Yeah, I still think there will be students. Students, of course. Teachers, of course, there will be. Okay, these tools are amazing. They're engaging. We cannot say that. I am also working on Z generation students. I know what these digital guys want, okay? They want very engaging teaching tools in front of them. And AI provides now. But as I told you, we cannot ignore teachers' effect. Who is going to help us with these tools? Exactly. Let's say I opened an AI tool in front of me as a student, okay? Okay, I'm learning, I'm interacting with it, but some part, I am stuck. There's still a machine, okay? Even we don't know how much they will improve themselves in time. We cannot know now. They are going, in every day, there is something we hear about this AI thing, okay? But for now, at this, and I maybe for a long time, the teachers will be still there, because we need still teachers' guidance. We cannot ignore it. Can I ask you a question? For example, there are many Web 2.0 tools, Web 2.0 tools. We are using them, and there are many your teachers use. But you still needed the teachers, isn't it? Even though you interact with them, there's something missing, the human factor, okay? So this is what I'm trying to tell. Even there's AI, we will still need teachers.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great day.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Take care.
There are a few questions online. They posted them. If you don't mind, I'll ask you.
Okay, you can ask me. Because
I'm going to read, what is written. Someone is suggested, Awa Juhaina, I can call this name, one of my former students, but there are other effective AI tools than ChatGPT. For instance, Perplexity, which provide both the answer and the source. Then the students are smart enough, they will paraphrase the answer in Quillbot. That's another AI tool, which will make it look more human. Then how are we going to build skills if students have already found ways around tricking teachers and covering the eye touch and make it more human-like?
Okay, so I didn't put all the applications here, AI applications. There are, because hundreds of them, okay? I know Quiltbot, the other you said, okay? I put some of them on my slide, but this doesn't mean that we are not using Quiltbot. Okay, which one to choose is, can you choose it easily? You don't know. It is up to your needs. It is up to your interest and your, let's say, pace of learning. Whatever you need, you can use. There are many, like Web 2.0 tools. There will be maybe thousands of AI tools in time, okay? It is up to teacher and the students to choose the right tool, okay? Which one to use. Some of them are free. Some of them are with, you have to pay for that. So it is up to the person who wants to use, user, I mean, according to your needs. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
My
Thank you again.
pleasure.
Okay, we're going to jump. You can stick around. We can jump straight to Dr. Prifa. And
Thank you again. I have to leave in a few minutes. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's our pleasure and our honor to have you around. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Moving straight away to Professor Mohammed Prifa and his presentation, aligning ESP courses with the translation curriculum for better market integration. Professor.
From there, okay. Donc, sur le 19 direct. 19 slide, فما أكثر من 19. أي, voilà. Do 19. That's it. And then go on. All right. That's it. Right. Thank you very much. So my presentation is about the role of ESP in the translation curriculum and its importance in bridging the gap between theory and practice in the translation market. And instead of going through the regular way, I'm going to start with the middle of my presentation, which is about a practical test for third-year students within the translation department at the Faculty of Letters in Cairo 1. When I say third-year students, it means that they are at their last year and that normally they should integrate the translation market within one semester. The test. The following samples represent material for a test administered to third-year translation students. The samples are taken from documents which are regularly submitted to translation bureaus in Tunisia, and the samples include both vocabulary and linguistic issues. The results, or the samples first. Some examples are taken from vocabulary issues. Some other examples are related to linguistic issues. For example, in this document, the sentence that I was looking for, or the expression, is the expression véhicule blindé. It is a diploma in army, and the specialty in French is véhicule blindé. In another document, the focus was on the last sentence. En foi de quoi, d'après les propos de l'intéressé, cette attestation lui a été délivrée sur sa demande pour le déposer auprès de l'ambassade de France en Tunisie. Le document 3, ça contient la phrase « Le directeur de l'école sectorielle de formation agricole en culture, en agrumiculture et viticulture de Bouchek ». Le document suivant contient la phrase, la dernière phrase, « Il a toujours fait preuve d'expérience, d'intégrité et de dévouement au travail ». Un autre document qui contient l'expression « le juge cantonal ». Un autre document qui contient l'expression « en est qualifié pour exercer une activité professionnelle. La spécialité coupe et couture industrielle. Now, what counts is the results. The test included 10 students, and we have got 10 samples. For sample 1, l'organisation administrative et financière ainsi que les modalités de fonctionnement de l'agence tunisienne, the success rate among the 10 students was 0. And the failure, of course, all of them failed. In the second example, coupe et couture industrielle, the success rate again was 0. That means that none of the students was capable of translating this phrase, although they are at their last year and are going to start their professional career. The third example, véhicule blindé, the success rate again is 0. The next example, en foi de quoi, après les propos de l'intéressé, cette attestation lui a été délivrée sur sa demande, the success rate was only 2 over 10. The next one, brevet de technicien supérieur agricole, success rate is 2. And for the rest of the examples, the success rate was 0, 0, 3 for 1, and 0. So as you may note, that most of the time there was failure even at the end of their career. And this leads us immediately to the link between ESP and the translation curriculum. The presentation originally was entitled again, like this. Can't I go to number 1? I don't know. Anyway, the presentation is entitled The Role of ESP in the Translation Curriculum. However, you will notice within the presentation that we should normally talking within translation curriculum about LSP instead of ESP, with LSP meaning language for specific purposes, as translation students usually work with a number of languages, and in Tunisia they use mainly 3 languages. Can we go to number 1? Okay, so aligning ESP courses with the translation curriculum for better market integration. Now, why ESP and translation? As we have seen from the test administered to students, there is interrelatedness of specialized translation and ESP, which remains largely unexplored. And usually, general translators often find that the theory is useless in the field of work, and what they need to be familiar with is the practical side of translation in the real job in the real market. ESP's areas of focus. Since the 60s, the field of ESP has been concerned with 3 main areas of focus: language, pedagogy, and mainly the learner's specific areas of interest in vocational domains. And that's where we witness a gap within the field of translation and languages. ESP course usually should focus on work or study related needs, but are we focusing on this issue? From the test that was administered to students, it was obvious that there was no focus on issues that were related to the immediate needs of students in their professional career. Usually, we divide ESP courses according to two different types of typologies. This is the first typology, which classifies ESP courses into two types: English for academic purposes, EAP, and English for occupational purposes, EOP. And the EOP class is itself divided into many subtypes, and one important subtype is vocational English, where students should usually be familiar with the different lexes and with the different linguistic structures that pertain to different domains that they will be working on during their professional life. This is the second typology, which classifies the ESP course into pre-experience, during experience, and post-experience. And it was obvious again from the administered test that the pre-experience and the during experience phases were lacking any LSP courses, whether in Arabic, in French, or in English languages. As a matter of fact, ASP, which stands for Arabic for specific purposes in the Arab world, is a major concern and a major issue, where the Arab world is not totally devoid of textbooks and research concerning teaching Arabic for specific purposes. However, these attempts remain scattered and mostly of poor quality, and no courses for teaching Arabic for specific purposes with a solid basis were found in the Arab world, and in Saudi Arabia in particular. There was no evidence of any such courses according to AMT 98. The samples that I used in the test, the source text was in French. However, the translators, whether in Algeria or in Tunisia or in all the other Arab countries, work with French and with Arabic. And I have got another test, the results of which are more catastrophic when it comes to translating from Arabic into English and vice versa. And this is where the importance of ASP comes into play. Unfortunately, the number of books within the domain of ASP is not numerous within the Arab world, and if ever they exist, they do not delve deeply into the issue. FSP, the case of French for specific purposes in the Francophone world. The teaching of French as a foreign language, FFL, around the world has shifted emphasis from literary studies to what has come to be known as French for specific purposes. Now, if we make a comparison between FSP, ESP, and ASP, we will, it will be clear to us that there is a wide gap between ASP on the one hand and FSP and ESP on the other hand, because both French for specific purposes and English for specific purposes are given a lot of attention. And we find an abundant number of books in relation to these two domains, a domain that remains lagging behind and not being given a lot of attention within the Arab world. Now, alignment between ESP course and the workplace demands. Normally, there is an internal and external alignment between the curriculum, the assessment, the pedagogy that is followed, and the workplace demands. Again, the test that was given to the student shows that within this translation department, there was no alignment whatsoever, whether at the exterior level or at the interior level. And I will come to talk in details about the exterior ESP level in the translation curriculum and the interior ESP level. What is, first of all, we might ask ourselves, what is specialized translation? According to Maurizio Gotti and Susan Sarpeig, broadly speaking, specialized translation covers the specialist subject fields falling under non-literary translation, the best known of which include science and technology, economics, marketing, law, politics, medicine, and mass media. The importance was clear through the studied example, and students could not even find an English equivalent for the Arabic or French expressions like المحكمة الابتدائية أو محكمة الاستئناف أو محكمة التعقيب, things that are of immediate concern in their professional work. What are the levels within a specialized text? Most of us usually think of translation as being an exercise in vocabulary. However, a specialized text usually covers both vocabulary, grammar, and syntactic level, plus also the semantic level. So according to Popovic, we can distinguish 3 levels within a specialized text. First, there is the grammar and syntactical structures. Second, there is the specialized vocabulary and phrases of the branch. And finally, there is the syntactical structures used principally in non-fictional writings. The question that has been asked, have the students been introduced throughout the whole curriculum to these 3 different levels, and are they capable of translating correctly the documents that they are supposed to be translating in their professional life later on or not? And the results, as you have seen, have been catastrophic. Now, what are the criteria to produce a high-quality translation? 3 of the most important criteria required to produce a high-quality translation are an understanding of the subject field, an excellent command of the target language, and a good knowledge of the source language. The case study was the translation department at the Faculty of Letters in Kairouan. Now, if we have a quick look at the curriculum, this is semester 1, where there is no mentioning whatsoever of any ESP, ASP, or FSP courses. The same thing applies for semester 2, for semester 3. Semester 4 is devoted to what we call the end of a study project. Now, the findings are no ESP courses are included in the curriculum. Only courses entitled Consolidation of Acquisitions in Arabic, Consolidation des acquis en langue arabe. Mais cela n'a aucune relation avec ASP, Arabic for Specific Purposes. Consolidation of acquisitions in French and consolidation of acquisitions in the language of specialty, which is English. These 3 courses do not refer to language for specific purposes. And even the instructors themselves have no idea about what LSP is. Well, in reality, I administered a second test, the same test that was administered to students was administered to teachers. And again, the result was catastrophic. Yeah. What does this mean? This means that the translation curriculum and the translation department are marginalized. Most of the colleagues who are teaching within this department have nothing to do with translation. They are teachers who come from the French department, from the Arabic department, from the English department, who majored in literature and civilization and linguistics, but have nothing to do with ESP, LSP, ASP, FSP, and translation. Findings 2. The states of teaching, translation, and languages shows that most of the tutors depend on personal initiatives in teaching their courses. The instructors come from different profiles and are assigned to teach translation in theory and practice and languages in general, but with little cooperation among them. The practical tests, I talked about it, then I move to the suggestions. Any course in specialized translation, according to Bellor 2014, should start with needs analysis. So to do better translation, translators are in need not only of more language learning, but also of more knowledge about the subject matters that the translated texts treat. Language teaching usually precedes translation and interpreting courses or run parallel to them, as they are meant to provide students with the linguistic tools necessary for translation activities. In this translation programs must provide effective, tailor-made language courses for translation students. Unfortunately, the case of the translation department at the Faculty of Letters in Cairo 1 has not respected the needs analysis, and most of the instructors are not closely related to the issue of translation. One more issue, as you might have noticed, we're not talking about ESP, just ESP anymore. The notion has been broadened, and we're now talking about language for specific purposes. And when we talk about LSP, language for specific purposes, this might also include other types of languages, such as sign language, language for the deaf and the dumb people. And the curriculum of translation includes a course entitled Initiation à la langue des signes, Introduction to Sign Language. And because they couldn't find anyone to teach this course, they just omitted it from the curriculum. Now, the importance of sign language and LSP within the domain of sign language. Deaf and dumb people are part and parcel of society, and within the Tunisian community, they represent a high percentage. However, their needs are totally marginalized. And to tell you how important this area is and what other people elsewhere in other countries are doing is my experience with sign language. As a matter of fact, because my PhD is on the translation of the Quran, I wanted to apply translating the Quran to sign language. And this project found no interest for people in my country, whether at the level of the higher Ministry of Education or at the level of the Ministry of Religion. So I traveled to Germany with my project, and I found all types of support from the German government, yes, to the worldwide Muslim community living in Germany. They provided me with the opportunity of learning sign language and not only of applying it to the translation of the Quran, but to the different areas of translation that the deaf and dumb people might be concerned with in the same manner that ordinary people are concerned with. I end up my presentation with the important question: isn't it high time that we changed the translation curricula within the translation departments for better integration of our students in the professional market? At the end, I will show you just an example of how the Quran is translated into sign language. I'm going to say a Quranic surah in the sign language, and I will let you guess what surah is it. It is, actually. And for the time being, I'm attempting and I'm trying to expand my field of research to teaching ESP to the dumb and deaf people. It is an area that remains broadly unexplored, and I encourage MA students and PhD students within the different departments of languages, and not only the Department of Translation, to work in these areas, which are challenging, which are demanding, but which represent areas that we need in our daily life. Right. Now, this is the Quranic surah. Surah Al-Ikhlas, that's it. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Now the issue is that sign language is not universal, and it is different even within the Arab countries. And within one single Arab country, sign language differs from one region to another. And one of the things that I am aspiring about is to work jointly with students from Tunisia and from Algeria on translating not only the Quranic text, but texts from different domains into sign language to our deaf and dumb people from both countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. That was very enlightening. Never thought we would use sign language in a conference in which people are supposed to use the language. That's innovative somehow. We're going to save the questions for later. Please write them down to avoid forgetting them. We move straight to our last keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Feli Wafa. She's a lecturer of English literature and criticism at the Department of English, University of Oran, Mohammed bin Hamid. She's the manager director of SAIL Language Intensive Teaching Centers. She has a scholarship to Jordan back in 2009, between 2009 and 2012. Another fellowship, Carnegie New York University, back between 2014 and 2015. Research interests, contemporary, post-colonial, literary production as related to sociology and history. She enjoys working collaboratively and has been tasked with the leading of project teams on several occasions. The presentation of Dr. Wafa Feli today will be entitled The Immersion of ESP in Teachers' Formation of English of SAIL, University of Oran 2, Challenges and Prospects. The floor is yours.
From here. Okay, so let me just try once. Yeah, yes. That's good. It's manageable. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى
وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه إلى يوم الدين. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my presentation. Dr. Wafa Fali, senior lecturer in literature and criticism, and now a managing director of CUL Université Rennes. First of all, let me thank you all for being here to attend my presentation. And it's a pleasure to be among you here in Tbilisi, history and culture, and the cradle of Shahid al-Allama al-Arabi Tbilisi. Let me start by saying a few words for this conference. Presidents and organizers, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Manal Mizab for her kind invitation to the university and this nice city of the extreme east, knowing that I'm coming from Iran, from the west of Algeria. And it's such a great opportunity to embrace and appreciate the richness of big Algeria. Well, as you can see on the screen, my topic for today is ESP immersion in teachers' formation of English at CUL University of Iran 2. I attempt to share with you an actual experience as a first step to implement ESP in a professional and academic environment, bearing in mind that it was first challenging to step from ESP to EMI. Well, this talk is designed to act as a springboard for further discussion after this session. Well, in my presentation, I'm going to focus on three major points. The first point is the reality of ESP, not in Algeria, but just in Iran University too, and out of the experience of CUL. The second point is the importance of targeting and spotting the lacks to research or to search for necessities. And the relevance, the third point, is the relevance of stepping beyond the static theoretical analysis of ESP implementation. And ESP, I say, experiences. So my first point concerns ESP in academic environment. Here we are focusing on teachers' formation to be later EMI practitioners. Well, I would like to give you an overview of the experience. Well, here we can take ESP as an experience and as a starting point because, as we say in Arabic, al-haja al-ikhtira. So the implementation of ESP in teachers' formation started with this arrêté ministériel number 1422 in September 2022. We started first par un recensement, by assessing teachers of Iran University 2 who are interested in teaching transversal or modules in English, starting with the academic year 2023-2024. And then here we have the target faculties. So we have limited specialties here. Most of them, they are literary specialties, not really technical or scientific. Meaning here, we have faculty of law and political sciences. We have just 122 teachers to be formed. The second one, faculty of economic sciences and management, 130 or 130 teachers. We have the faculty of geology and earth sciences, 70 teachers, and the faculty of social sciences, 53 teachers, and the Institute of Maintenance and Industrial Security, 78 teachers. And you see that the number is a huge in order to be formed in English and later to give courses in English. It's really a big challenge. Well, ESP, here in academic implementation, we start with a need, and we always should assess the need in order to find a way to reach necessity. And here ESP is the use of, what is it? Is use of a particular variety of English in a specific setting to respond to learners' needs. And need, I think, here is a key word because it's the starting point and upon which we should design the curriculum. Then ESP is not just, because when we talk about ESP as practitioners, it's not, when we talk about ESP as just someone who relates a certain field to certain glossary or certain terminology. So it's, first, it is a matter of teaching specialized varieties or versions of English. There are different versions of English. And then we have a matter of teaching a special range of vocabulary, glossaries, and keywords. And mind you, it is just part of the process. And then, so different in kind from any form of language teaching. And primary concern of ESP is the context. So it is contextualized. It should be conceptualized and then contextualized according to the target, the participants, and their specialties, and then their needs, what they need in specific. And then we have here, the context is, of course, Oran University teachers, those who were formed in English. And our challenge is to design a curriculum that is compelling, that is sufficient, efficient, and at the same time effective. Now let's move to the next slide, in which we see ESP as a model of linguistic formation for teachers. Why ESP and not other model of English, of linguistic formation? So here, language teaching has shifted from the focus on the structure to the focus on communication. So we are no more interested in the language per se, but we are interested in how I can model the language to make it in such a way that goes in accordance with what I need. And then language differs according to the context. So when I talk about English for business is not English for computing, it's not English for medicine. And then we have the expansion of research in English. And we are always talking about English as the language of research, English as the source of, of publication, the medium that helps many researchers to get visibility. And this is what maybe we are obsessed with, this idea, being visible in the scientific range. And then we have in the English needed by a particular group of learners, and I'm referring to learners here, teachers of university, because now they are learners. And mind you, ESP is learner-centered, not teacher-centered. And then the English needed by a particular group of learners could be identified by, number one, analyzing the linguistic characteristics of their specific areas of work. I should see the corpus. I should see their specialty. About what? What is it? Okay, then the second, underlying a certain need for specialization in learning English within a specific context to attain a specific goal. And then here, you find the concept of needs in ESP, and you find this progression, because it started first stages of ESP, we talk about the 60s and 70s, and we have the assessing the communicative needs of learners and the techniques of achieving specific teaching objectives. This is the initial, this is the first step to the journey. And then in the early 21st century, needs change. And we go towards collecting information about the learners and then defining the target situation. And here we have this keyword, target situation, and then environment studying ESP. So the journey towards knowledge always starts with a need and then data collection. And I think this is what we need. It is a roadmap, c'est une feuille de route. It starts first with why and for what for? It is a purpose, what for? Do you need English? And then I should collect information in order to design a syllabus that is compelling at the same time that responds and corresponds to their needs. And here, let's move to what is need analysis. So away from theory, because we have swallowed maybe chambers and waters, so many specialists in ESP who have projected some perspectives in ESP practice, but when it is put into practice, it is something else. It's different. And mind you, it was not really a simple experience because we were, as CRL, we were left with a huge number of teachers who are passionate about learning English, but there is a kind of resistance at the same time, reticence. And maybe it is out of fear of delivering a certain presentation in English because it's something new, and it was first imposed by the ministry. Now it's more moderate. Then here, if we take into consideration the need analysis, I see it from two perspectives. So first, it is a process undertaken by trainers or course designers. And here in the trainers and course designers should not be just the teachers of English. We need practitioners. We need a workshop in which all participants can give different, it's multi-layered, prismatic view of the situation. It's not just the ESP teacher, because in the end, the ESP teacher is a teacher of English. So in this case, we needed to ascertain the prerequisites for developing a course along with its plans, implementation. So in the first place, it is a project that needs to be planified. And then the activities. Now, when we talk about the syllabus, we should talk about activities, because when we talk about language, it's not just grammar, vocabulary, it's something else. So the activities that are involved in collecting information will serve as database. So they are just, as I told you, are just in the starting point of this journey. So it's a kind of speculation, how things should, it's not really should be, but how things can be when designing the curriculum or the syllabus. For developing curriculum, that means to meet the needs. And this is what maybe was important, prominent in most of the questionnaires, in most of the interviews that we have undertaken with most of the teachers, okay? So let's move to the next slide, in which we talk about target situation analysis. And here we are informing teachers at Oran University, we are purely in this situation, the target situation analysis. According to Hutchinson and Waters, target situation analysis, TSA, implies what learners need to do in target situations. And we should ask those questions before we start designing. So why is language needed? Is it for study? Is it for work? Is it for training? Why? And then how will the language be used? In the how, we have 2 points. The medium, because most of the teachers were interested in speaking in the communicative dimension of the language. And writing papers in order to be published later, or reading. And then the second, we should talk about the channel here. Is it face-to-face communication? Is it email writing? Is it delivering oral presentation? So these are the needs, the starting point from which we enrich or enriched our work. Then what type of corpus? I'm talking here, corpus is the subject matter. So is it academic text? Is it lecture? Is it catalog? So what is it? So then what will the context areas be? So here the subject matter, engineering, business, social sciences. So in order to conduct such work, the level of the target situation, not analysis, but participants should be either intermediate, B1, B2, or C1, C2. And then talking about the infrastructures, human resources, we talk here about where will the language be used and the physical setting. I'm talking about the lectures, workshops, seminars, conferences, and then we move to la mise en œuvre, the implementation. So this is how we started and then how we have implemented. So the implementation of TSA, Target Situation Analysis in Teachers' Formation of English. So we started first with a placement test and test de niveau according to CECRL framework, CEFR. And then we have gathered information about the target needs, and those information were collected via questionnaires, interviews, data collection, or informal consultations. And then we have assessed necessities. And even here, necessity is a keyword. According to the demands. So ESP is there in order to respond to a certain need, a certain demand of the target situation and what is wanted from the course. And from the lack, we go to the necessity. So lacks are the gap between target proficiency, I'm talking about the level, B2, and the existing proficiency of learners, because most of the learners, I mean teachers of Oran University, they were ranging between A1 and A2 level. So first they needed a linguistic, maybe linguistic formation, and in order to boost their competency, their linguistic competency in English, and then we can usher them to ESP. And it is a journey motif. And at the same time, it's a route. Route en français, and it's a route in English. Here, it is a journey in which starting from the lacks, going through learning needs to reach pertinent necessities. Here you find definitions and models of needs analysis. So in the target needs, we find the lacks on in the bottom. We find the lacks, the gap, and then the wants, what they really want to do, so the learner's perception of the abilities. And then we find the necessity on the top, because it is the end. Linguistic features and functions required in specific contexts. Now, the results and observation after 6 months. And I think it's really a short time in order to, it's a premature, I think, but I'm just sharing with you an actual experience in which we should speculate about the future of such information. So the results of needs analysis help update the learner's perspectives in terms of language skills to determine the objectives of the language course. So here we have a selection of effective materials that meet the needs of the learners. And I'm talking here about materials, I'm talking about the Canva, the subject matter themes that go in accordance with not only the teachers, but even the audience. We should even talk about audience at the same time. So the need analysis tends to be the foundation on which we can develop. We have curriculum content, and we have the teaching material, and we have the methods. Because if we have all this and we don't have a certain approach, we did nothing. And ESP is not a product, it is an approach. So in the end, we are left with data, but we cannot know how to apply it. We did nothing. So according to target-based analysis, and our experience at CEUL Université Rennes 2 is forming we are forming 3 ESP groups. We have a group consisting of 10 teachers of law and political sciences who have accomplished their formation at CEUL almost after 3 years of formation. I'm talking about the linguistic formation, and just now, we are applying the ESP experience with them. And then we have economic sciences and management. We have a group of 5. So the fruit is not really ripe in order to talk maybe extensively about it. And then here in the conclusion, I would like to talk about the ESP as being not really a different variety, because sometimes when we talk about ESP, we feel that we are going to another world. And it's not really a variety of English, but it's a contextual, as I told you, and it's a need-based situation. And the course design should be, or should correspond to the basic needs. And the needs analysis should be the starting yet insinuating point of course design and syllabus organization, suitable courses, not really boring courses about sentence structure, about paragraph. It's not really destined for subject matter teachers. I would like even to say, or to finish with the word, with this statement: tell me what you need English for, and I will tell you, or I will tell you the English that you need. And now let's go out to create opportunities for more ESP implementation. And why not? It's not just an implementation, but immersion. And here, the role of English in a language course or program of instruction in which the content and the aim of the course are fixed by the specific needs of a particular group of learners. So ESP here is, in the end, is learner-centered approach to teaching English as a medium of instruction. And here, if a language can change, language is static, it's dynamic, it's not really static. So if a language can change in a dynamic way from a situation to another, then it is imperative to set the features of specific situations. We should create the situation and then make those features the basis of learners' courses. I would like to thank you for your precious attention. And I will be delighted to open a discussion here concerning ESP immersion. Thank you so much.
Please put your hands again. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's time for questions. We have two presentations that are somehow linked. One of them is about translation, and when we speak about ESP, and that's English for specific purposes, different fields, then translation might kick in. Then they are interrelated somehow. Who can start? Do we have any questions in the audience? Please. Yeah, Professor. I don't think they will hear you there. You try. Yeah, does work. Thank you.
Thank you for the advice. So this is what happens to you grow. Grow is that the speech of and life Quran can never ever be any other. Why the reason that translate meaning. So I say, can we understand the language of the Quran? We understand the language of the Quran. It's written in a way that we can never. What good of إن لم تفعل ولن تفعل we can never understand the meaning of the Quran. I ask you to translate the word in English, the word why, the social. English means social means why. Imran means why. But the semantic issue, the word social, the Quran, is different from that semantic issue, the word Imran, the Quran. When it talks a lot about the Quran, أنا قراءتي عقلي عقلي العقلية تتجرد كيف when she was pregnant, that was not the social. Why the relationship that the first social is possible? So how can we translate this into English? Why? So where's the equality? Where's the effect? Where's the attitude of the word? Also, we can never imitate Allah. Quran. Even with Allah science, just science. So in fact, we can never a lot of times when we actually translate the Quran, that all of the things, why that is happening with the Bible, and look at so this is my point.
Yeah, of course, yeah, you can keep going. Yeah.
Excuse me, what is your question?
Maybe we can say that challenges, problems of translation, the meaning of the Quran. Can never.
Can I just say something? Yeah. Okay.
Because translation works with a number of languages, and because you raised the issue of the Quran translation, I don't know myself to speak in Arabic. عندما تحدثت عن عشان القرآن بلغة الإشارات، فكرت أن أجيب لأن كانت اللغات المتخصصة بالأغراض الخاصة هو مجال واسع، وأن ترجمة القرآن للصم والبكم هو مجال من المجالات يتطلب معرفة خاصة بلغة خاصة تختلف من بلد إلى آخر، بل وتختلف داخل البلد نفسه. أما عن ترجمة القرآن فهذه قضية أخرى، وهي قضية شائكة. نحن متفقين أننا لا نترجم القرآن، وإنما نترجم معاني القرآن. هل أن معاني القرآن هي معاني ثابتة وموجودة في النص القرآني، وما على المترجم إلا أن يستخرجها ويقوم بترجمتها؟ هذا هو نقطة الإشكال. تقريبا جميع المجالات الحديثة وحتى في مجال
دراسات دينية تؤكد على أن لا وجود لأعلام لا الدراسة كل هذا الأمر هو أنك تترجم حتى وإن كنت تتحدث إليه وتفسر لبعض الآيات القرآنية وتترجم داخل اللغة الواحدة intra-linguistic translation فكل ما أنت تقوم به هو في حقيقة الأمر محاولة لإيصال فهمك الخاص بك للنص الديني. أما أن نتحدث عن الإعجاز اللغوي وعن الإعجاز العلمي في النص الديني وأقولها صراحة علانية متدنيا وزميلي من جامعة كسر ومتخصص في الحضارة العربية الإسلامية وأشتغل معه في هذا المجال يمكنه أن يشرح لنا ذلك حتى يمشي هو لا وجود لإعجاز لغوي ولا وجود لإعجاز علمي القرآني. ما هو المسألة؟ هو علاقة تدريس الإنجليزية أو تدريس أي لغة أخرى من زاوية الأغراض الخاصة. لو نأخذ مثال سنتوجه به إلى المحكمة. هل أن اللغة العربية تقدر على ترجمة المفردات التقنية العلمية الواردة بوزارة الأورثوذكسية وما نحن بصدد الإيميلية عندما نتقدم بالأورثوذكسية المحكمة هل نتقدم به في اللغة العربية أم نتقدم به في اللغة الدراسية؟ ما وجدته هو أنه حتى أن الحاكم أو القاضي سيتناول المسألة باللغة العربية وسيدخل الحكم باللغة العربية إعراب بالإنجليزي بالفرنسي. لماذا؟ هل نحن غير قادرين على ترجمة العلوم إلى العربي؟ هل هو قصور في اللغة العربية؟ أم أنه قصور منا نحن في تطبيق اللغة العربية؟ ولنضرب لكم مثلا كلمة injury جرح باللغة الإنجليزية اللي عادة نقوم فيها الأورثوذكسي. نقول اللغة الإنجليزية مجموعة كبيرة من المفردات لتوصيف الجرح حسب نوعه حسب عمله حسب خاصيته الفسيولوجية. وعند قيامي ببحث بسيط وجدت أن في لغتنا العربية وفي مجال الفقه بالذات ثراء لغويا كبيرا ككلمة injury أو كلمة wound وجدتها في العربية الثانية السمحاء الباضعة المتلاعبة المنطقة الهاشمة المنقذة. وكل مفرد من المفردات تختلف عن المفردات الأخرى حسب نوعية الجرح وحسب خاصيته الفسيولوجية. السؤال: لماذا نحن غير قادرين اليوم على ترجمة نصوص تقنية علمية إلى لغتنا العربية؟ هنا يتدخل الرجال ما عادش ICESP وإنما ICESP اللغة من أجل الأغراض الخاصة. تعني بالمعنى فقط هو أنه كنت أنا تلميذ في المعهد الثانوي
التنمية اللغوية، ساعتين في الأسبوع تنمية لغوية، كنا نتطرق فيها إلى المفردات العلمية والتقنية باللغة العربية. إذا تخلينا عن مثل هذا التكوين ماذا ستكون النتيجة؟ أننا سنمكن مسألة الترجمة إلى زملاء وأساتذة هم بالأساس مختصون في اللغة وفي التاريخ وفي الحضارة ولا يتقنون مجال اللغة الموجهة للأغراض الخصوصية. وعلى هذا الأساس أنني بحاجة بضرورة مراجعة لا فقط البرامج بل البرامج والمناهج وخاصة نيدز أناليسيس. نيدز أناليسيس هي تحديد الحاجيات. نحن ندرس الترجمة أو ندرس اللغات، ما هي حاجياتنا؟ الحاجيات إلى أصبحت في الحضارة ليست هي نفسها الحاجيات التي تسبب، وبالتالي إن لم تعطني مكونا كفءا في هذا المجال فالنتائج ستكون حتما. فحتى أنا تحدثت على زملاء أنه في التيست اللي عملته هم فشلوا، هو في حق لماذا فشلوا؟ لأنه ليس بمجالهم. نعطيهم إليها مهمة تدريس وقس على ذلك المجال الديني والمجال الاقتصادي والمجال القانوني والمجال السياسي. فأظن صوتي أننا بحاجة ماسة إلى مراجعة هيكلية عميقة شاملة في هذا المجال حتى تؤتي فضلها.
Okay, thank you very much. I was about to say something. I'm not sure that I can. Yeah. Yeah, he can. Yeah, the mic is there. He can join. Yeah, you can. You can go to the mic down there. While he's traveling from where he is to the mic, it might take some time. I will just say what I was going to say. Yeah. My pleasure. I have spent some time in the UK, and when it comes to the Muslim community in the UK, the thing is that the Quran is only the Arabic version. Any other versions has nothing to do with Quran. They are just interpretations and attempts of people to try to get it as simple and close to be understood by people that speak other than the Arabic language. And that's why when we pray, I've never seen anyone try to pray Surah Al-Fatiha using English or French or Hindi or sign language. So it has to be in Arabic. So maybe this is the thin line between the... However, I wanted to end this.
Allowed praying with translations of the Quran, and not Quran in the Arabic language. And that's what they are doing now in Turkey.
Yeah, I might not join my voice to this, no matter how strong it is. I believe that the language, the Arabic language, is respect when it comes to praying. Without any further ado, Professor, our invitee from the Department of Arabic from Tunisia, came here to ask a question. The floor is yours. A comment, yeah. In Arabic, if you want, yeah.
Yeah, we're working jointly together in the domain of religion and linguistics.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
التصور المستقبل كثير مع مسألة القرآن
في هذا المجال. إشكالية ترجمة نص القرآن. لماذا لا نترجم نص القرآن؟ هي ترجمة نص القرآن. هل البعد الخمسي علاقته بعلاقة الغيب؟ أو لأن هذه المعاني والدلالات في نص القرآن لا يجب أن تحيط بها جميعا. فتكون الجواب الأول بعض من الجواب ولكن في اعتقادي إشكالية أعمق من ذلك لأنها تتعلق بفهم الفهم. عندما نبحث كيف نفهم نص القرآن؟ هل ما نستخرجه من دلالات النص القرآني من صوره وآل القرآن المعاني هي ما تضمنه النص القرآني المعاني هذا نعتقد أن كل التفاسير وكل وصف هي باب النص القرآني ولكن في دراستنا خاصة في الشارع وضح قضايا أخرى هي فهم. أنا عندما أقرأ نص القرآن ماذا يحدث فيه؟ هل ما أختصره من نص القرآن المعاني هي المعاني التي حصلها الله تبين دراستنا أن عملية الفهم هي وليدة تفاعل أفقية. أفق ما في النص من دلالات تضيفه مفردات وتركيبه وصوره وغيره. وفق آخر من أكثر من ذلك هو النظريات النصية هي التي توجه فهمها بعدها تفهيم هذا ففهمي أنا ليس ولكن هو وجود النص في جانب الذات لكن جانب الذات هو الذي يجعلني أن أفهم النص على هذا البحث. وأنا عندما أترجم النص لا أترجم معاني النص وأنا مترجم مثلا تفهم هو لا عن النص وليس ثمة أحد يمكنه أن يقول أن هذا ما قصده الله إلا أن إنما يقصد هذا ما تمثله من نص القرآن. نص القرآن هو ذلك وليس ذلك ولذلك نحن كثير من محاولات
شكرا أستاذ على المداخلة الطيبة. Now we are afraid of getting the whole debate being deviated from the objective of the conference thing. Maybe we will save this for the lunch, then we'll have a little debate, we'll have lunch together and we'll speak about the translation. And the whole thing is related to translation and the language and whether we translate the meaning or the intention or the things. We will try to save this for later and possibly get one more question to a question to Professor Philippes. Go ahead. Thank you.
English and media instruction. I'm talking about someone who is sharp in a certain subject matter, but at the same time has got a certain level linguistic level in order to use the data to use subject matter, using it in certain language. This is the main role of foreign teachers that we have, is to equip them with a linguistic capacity to maybe to use their courses. Considering this, generally, we look at PhD teachers as teachers of English, certain maybe capability to relate between linguistics and English in different languages. So we can not the teacher of language, it is the teacher of subject. What are some language?
masters English or even nearby. But as a language teacher, it's a field. Second, as far as I remember, we have a historical
Who can design the? Who can design? Yeah.
So it's really critical, and it's really important about critical design because it's not the task of just one person to do a workshop of different maybe specialists in language, specialists in methodology, specialists in and how they use three steps to what is it and how we can maybe design an effective curriculum. I'll give you an example. There were some groups which were introduced for the teachers online material, in which I found that they do not correspond to the needs of a subject matter teacher. Why? Because we talk about purely linguistic ideas, such as structural sentences, structural paragraph, but it doesn't engineering or computing in those practical.
No.
Maybe they are interested in more communicative as I told you, we talk about the last of speed. We talk about the level of B2 and C1. So language is not a matter here. They master language. But they need to see how to use language in order to transmit a certain I think this would respond to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. A comment by Professor Khalifa.
How we design is not the real issue. The most important question to ask is, where should we start? Should we start with identifying the needs, analyzing the needs, and then the light of that? Which shape? Or is it something ongoing? And I believe that the situation in Algeria is not much different from Tunisia. The LMG system, what do we have? We have curriculum that come from language. That's the problem. So the solution is in turning things around. We start from analyzing the needs of our students in relation to the needs of the market, and then design the curriculum. Because we should know what is the needs in which this needs are. This is, we should start from the back, not from the wrong which should choose. It's not the question of who designs or what kind of design. It's just a perspective. But we should know from where we should start. And always, like always, how to make it. We always start from what we need in order to understand to which ends we are going.
Okay, I will just maybe conclude with yes, Professor.
What is that maybe so we talk about the age of the visual expression. The teacher might use the teacher was done in the course of class, which is that's what we have actually teaching. That's the village. The grammar skills just graduated. They know how to teach. They know how to teach. They know how to technology. When it comes to digitalization, they don't have to take other courses. Whereas teaching we teach English through methods, and it requires teachers. Or at least that's what makes them change the pattern. So we can't make it on the face of change. What I see is that it's still a good point. Because English is the language of knowledge. No one can deny this fact. But it requires some steps. The teachers of the need to know how to teach it. They need to know how to. They themselves they don't speak it. So how come that they teach it? So for speak as a Richard does. So you teach me speaking. I think just doing the technology for economics, but still insisting that the students can
Okay, thank you very much. I will maybe just bring this to, yes, go ahead. Yeah, I can't deny saying no. Sorry, I'm very soft. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, how quick is it? Okay, go.
That any quick decision, not thoughtful decision, just to implement something overnight, maybe in micro it gives a kind of shape, maybe, and then it stabilizes when time goes by. So here I'm talking about my own experience. Last year, November 2022, we were in a kind of agency in which we were asked to form teachers in just 1 year in order to be able to do courses this time, the emotional transversal, in English. To me, I talk about my personal point of view, it was something like, it was habits, how to make the majority of teachers first accept the idea of being informed. This is the first thing. So they resist the idea of being informed, and they ask whether they are obliged. Is it an obligation or not? So from an effective point of view, we cannot teach certain group of learners if they are completely motivated. So first, as I told you, if the group of learners do not maybe show the intention to be first learners in English, how can they teach using a language which is not the first, not even the second, language? They are not really acquainted with it. Maybe you might know some of them were interested in bettering their level. It is a personal personal purpose. Now the purpose is not really personal, it is for teaching. And being in front of some of the teachers, colleagues told me, how can I be in front of my students, maybe making mistakes?
good at certain, well, they have certain level in English, they can correct me. And in this way, it's something which is communicating. And from the beginning, it was promising well from political genre, but from certain linguistic field to another. Maybe, as I told you, maybe you can read in English, but you cannot read it in English. Because of course, in the end, it's based on the syllabus. We can understand the syllabus is what? It's a description of the objective, and they should, even in the syllabus, we should set the target, the purpose in mind, designing a certain course. It's not just like this. Even the model and the modality of assessment should be maybe one of the starting points when we start designing. Assessment is not in the end.
Interdisciplinary. You cannot design in LSP, not in ESP, in LSP, curriculum or syllabus without thinking interdisciplinary.
Yeah, I might add another factor that is not considered when it comes to teaching. Training teachers to start teaching using English, and no one has ever thought about learners. How on earth are we going to teach people in English if the learners were not considered in the first place? Yeah.
Should not be going in one way.
Yeah.
That are the days where the instructors are considered
Okay.
We are always obsessed with the design of the curriculum. So based on assessment, we can be right with the assessment feedback that can bottom up. Your performance, sometimes we don't even ask our students whether what they have to say from such an experience. Should be a starting point for certain revision of new versions.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for the attendees and the presenters. Another question, go ahead. Yeah, I can confirm that even if you have the C2 level, you finish all the levels, you will not be able to teach physics. Trust me, not a word.
The answer is clear. Don't give me a fish. Teach me how to
fish.
Don't give me ESP books. Teach me about, train me about theories in LSP, and I will design my course in the light of the curriculum.
Based on my own needs and the rest of the story.
And again, learning the language is not enough. And teaching, certain subject matter, besides based teaching, content-based teaching, whether in English or French or in Indian, not just specifically in English, should have a kind of rethinking before starting using it. It's not just like it's good, certain projects without so in this case, well, I said that it's good children, but it's not something I'm this duration in just said, and here this learners we should look even the teachers talking about learners. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Please put your hands together for the panel of the second plenary session. That's the end of me on stage and possibly you, and I'll leave the podium for the moderator to give us some housekeeping about what to do next. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We had an engaging and informative morning filled with insightful sessions and discussions. Now it's time for a well-deserved break. Actually, the lunch break will last for approximately 1 hour. So I kindly invite you to return your seats promptly after 1 hour. We'll be thrilled after that to present the parallel panels. These panels are designed to offer you more specialized and hands-on experience in various areas on our conference theme, which is ESP in the marketplace demands. So we are confident that these parallel panels will enrich your conference experience and provide you with more valuable takeaways. So enjoy your lunch break, enjoy your chosen panel. We look forward to rejoining as a whole conference later in the day. Thank you so much for your attentive listening. Enjoy your lunch break. Yes, sir. Look at the Thank you. We need to build the trust first. We got to go any further.
فلاش
ومن هنا نقفل